Colleagues, this is your 2-minute warning. Please log into eScribe so you can follow along with the votes. Good evening and welcome to our council meeting on April the 22nd, 2026. I will now call on Tim Brubaker, Regional Clerk, to do the roll call.
Thank you. Chair Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Erb. Councillor Foxton. Councillor Gowing.
Here.
Councillor Harris.
Present.
Councillor Hunick.
Happy Earth Day.
Councillor James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett.
Present.
Councillor McCabe. Councillor Nowak.
Present.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Present.
We have regrets from Councillor Salonen, Councillor Shantz,
Present.
Councillor Verbanovich.
Present.
Councillor Wolf. Present. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Chinootan peoples. During my career as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment, my role was to navigate passage of the Species at Risk Act. This was in 2002. That was the first time that federal legislation entrenched Indigenous community knowledge as a founding principle. Indigenous peoples knew the migratory paths of the animals and the birds and their habitats. When walking with Indigenous people, I have learned that our relationship to the land is one of stewardship and not ownership. I continue to be honored to walk with our Indigenous people, and we acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements, their contributions to our community. I also want to start with the prayer by Chief Stacy Laforme in his book, Living in the Tall Grass. We give thanks to the Creator for allowing us this gathering. We ask that He guide us and forgive us when we falter and disappoint. For though we aspire to greatness, we are all, after all, only human. Grant us a clear mind, a pure heart and courage, a clear mind to make well thought out, intelligent decisions, a pure heart to make decisions that are without personal bias or desire, the courage to use both a clear mind and a pure heart in our lives. Let us set aside small differences. Let us concentrate on real issues. Let us not be bogged down in rhetoric. Let us live each day with a feeling of accomplishment and pride. Most important, let us remember we are not enemies, nor are we adversaries. We share a similar past, a kindred spirit, and a common heritage. We must always remember the real reason we gather, to do the right thing for our people, our children, and for our future. Colleagues, there are also some other days of significance that I would like to mark and recognize. Today is Earth Day, and the 2026 theme is Our Power, Our Plant, calls on governments, businesses, and individuals to take action to reduce emissions, invest in sustainable solutions, and protect our planet for future generations. It is also National Volunteer Week, which places a spotlight on volunteer contributions and civic engagement. It is an opportunity to say thank you and look for ways to actively participate. April 14th is Vaisakhi or Baishakhi, which is celebrated by Sikhs, Hindus, and their community worldwide. On April 24th, communities will observe Armenian Genocide Memorial Day to remember the 1.5 million lives lost in the Armenian Genocide of 1915. It is a moment to honor the resilience of the Armenian communities worldwide and reflect on the importance of historic recognition and justice. I'd also like to recognize the passing of David Emberley, who was a valued Waterloo Regional Heritage Foundation Director for many years and was currently serving as the Foundation's chair. He also served on a variety of other boards and committees in the community, including Ecological and Environmental Advisory Committee, the Architectural Conservatory, of Ontario, Cambridge and North Dumfries Branch, and the Conservation Council of Ontario. David had a passion for preservation of heritage within our community and played an essential role in the Foundation's strategic review process, which included creating an updated definition of heritage and establishing a new equity, diversity, and inclusion granting funding stream. The region recognizes the dedication of Chair Emberley and his contributions to the Heritage Foundation and to our community as a whole. Colleagues, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, I would now entertain a motion to go into close. If I could have a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Gowing, seconded by Councillor Erb. We will be going into a closed meeting held on April 22nd, 2026 at 5:05 in the Waterloo County Room in accordance with Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 for the purpose of considering the following subject matters. 1, receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege relating to ongoing litigation regarding the encampment at 100 Victoria Street, North Kitchener. Receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege relating to information shared in confidence from an organization, and receiving information regarding employee negotiations relating to Uniform Local 4304. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. We will now recess to the Waterloo County Room. So colleagues, I'm going to call this meeting to order. And I'm going to thank the gallery and the delegations for giving us a little bit of latitude for a very long and fruitful discussion in close. So we are back and open, and I would now entertain a motion to reconvene and open. Moved by Councillor Craig, seconded by Councillor Shantz. Please use your e-scribe. Do we have unanimous consent to go back into open? Nobody objects? Okay, we are back in open. We're resuming in open. We have no presentations. We have no petitions. We do have delegations. The delegations will be called to the podium as listed on the agenda, and I would like to remind all delegations of some rules for participation. If you are attending in person, please proceed to the podium when you are called upon to speak. If you're attending virtually, please turn your microphone and camera on when called upon. You will have 5 minutes to speak if you registered before the deadline and 3 minutes if you registered after. When the light of the podium turns yellow, that means you have 1 minute remaining. When the light turns red, that means your time is up and you may give a summation statement. I may remind you when you get to the end of your time. Additionally, some general reminders. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in an immediate removal from the meeting. Interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others, turning your camera on at inappropriate times, and hate speech or defamatory comments. One last reminder for delegations. Please do not take offense if following your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and the ideas shared with us from our community members. As a quick reminder to the members of the audience, you are asked to maintain order. This means you may not address council without the permission of the chair, interrupt anyone, disrupt the meeting with unreasonable noise or vocal expressions such as applause or booing or cheering, displaying signs or posters. First delegation is Ryan Mounsey, CEO, Urban Insights, Inc., and Joe Benninger, Vice President, Commercial Real Estate. Welcome. The floor is yours, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'll ask to switch the slides throughout the presentation. My name's Ryan Mounsey. I'm CEO of Urban Insights, and I'm here joined with Mr. Joe Benninger, Vice President of Commercial Real Estate. We're here to talk today about a very clear and immediate opportunity in front of the region of Waterloo. An opportunity to unlock housing supply, restore competitiveness, and be in alignment with the March 30th federal and provincial funding development charge announcement. This presentation is about being proactive, about being ahead of the curve, and to approach this development charge opportunity as a 4-level government partnership. Slide 2, please. Governments across Canada are not standing still. Through legislation like Bill 23, the 2024 Provincial Policy Statement, and tools such as ARU zoning, surplus lands, and CMHC housing opportunities, there's a coordinated and escalating effort to remove barriers and accelerate housing supply. A new development charge funding model is now at the forefront. Next slide, please. Today, we are focusing on development charge government toolbox and the legislation available to maintain or reduce development charges either through development charge bylaw extensions or through Section 27 development charge agreements. All tools must be looked at to reconsider our development charge position right now. Next slide. Other municipalities are already acting. They're reducing development charges, some as much as 20%, 50%, and up to 100%, not as a long-term policy discussion, but as an immediate economic strategy to attract investment and to get housing built. The correction that we've seen with the City of Kitchener, who recently extended the 2026 DC rates up to 2032 is an example. Next slide. We're at a time when senior levels of government are stepping in with funding models that is based on partnership as long as municipalities maintain or reduce their DC rates. We are here today to engage the region, who represents 60% of the local development charge rates, and to be ready when the federal and provincial program details are released. Next slide. What this means, it means maintaining current development charges is no longer a neutral decision. It is a competitive disadvantage. Development charges today represent one of the single largest upfront costs in housing delivery. In many cases, they are a difference between project proceeding or not. As costs rise, projects stall, capital moves elsewhere, and housing supply declines. When we look at a typical construction budget, development charges can represent 15 to 30% of the total construction cost. This is not a marginal factor. It's a primary driver for feasibility, affordability, and ultimately whether homes get built or not. Moving forward, the potential DC savings are significant. Next slide, please. This is just an example of some local projects that I'm working on, and it can save as much as $230,000 for a 12-unit project in St. Jacobs, or up to $1.6 million for a 78-unit project in Uptown Waterloo. These are real savings that get passed down through the process and affect project viability. Next slide, please. Development charges, as I noted, represent about 15 to 30% of construction budgets shown on this slide. DCs are one important line item which adds under the construction costs, as well as landscaping costs, financing costs, and other costs. There are only a few select costs to bring housing costs down. Next slide. Why do this? There are three main reasons, including providing economic development opportunity, number one, number two, project viability and affordability, and number three, shared funding and collaboration. Next slide. This is an example of testimonials from real developers that have expressed their opinions and what the development charge means. I ask you to read that from the report. And last slide.
You have 1 minute remaining?
Yep. I'm going to turn it over to Joe Benninger to talk about the do nothing option, or to make some decisions.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Ryan's just walked you through this issue from a planning and economic development perspective. I want to build on that through a business and investment lens. From the perspective of builders, lenders, and equity partners, development charges are not a theoretical policy tool. They are a large upfront cost that must be financed early and carried for years. It's also important to recognize that development charges can't be compared across municipalities in isolation. Capital looks at the full picture: market rents, financial conditions, cap rates, and terminal value. So even if development charges are lower in Waterloo region than in some higher rent, lower cap markets, those projects can still be more viable elsewhere. We see this locally, where many small and mid-sized projects operate on extremely thin margins. Right now, many municipalities across Ontario are actively positioning themselves to attract that capital by reducing or freezing development charges and leveraging senior government funding to offset the revenue impact. Council has an opportunity to de-risk housing supply, attract outside funding, and signal that Waterloo Region is competitive, aligned, and serious about delivery. The ask today is not to dismantle the system, but to act strategically, direct staff to explore options quickly, and position the region to capture funding that others are already lining up for. From where the industry sits, it's a moment to lead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I see no questions, so thank you for delegating. Oh, Councilor Ivanovich?
Sorry, I'm having an e-scribe issue. Apologies. Yeah, just one, well, maybe a couple questions. As you look at, well, first of all, you talked about the 30 days, hoping for a quick response. The projects that you're talking about, how do they relate to the current water issue that do they have the green light to proceed, and you're just holding off, waiting to see what the DC situation is? Or do you need the DC situation answered and the water issue answered on these projects, as an example?
Well, I think those two are isolated, they're isolated issues and asks. Certainly the water capacity issue isn't making things easier, so we don't want to compound the issue with development charge, not leveraging senior government funding opportunities on the development charge side. Does that answer the question?
Kind of. I guess, quite frankly, if the DC situation was resolved, could you proceed with these projects in their present form right now?
So through you, Chair, what I can answer with a number of the projects that I've already identified, the penciling out of the math, these projects are very tight right now, and with the extended delay because of the water capacity issue, costs are rising. So the development charge reductions right now, if they were to provide, would be of significant benefit, and people would build. through the projects that I'm involved with that reduction.
Okay, I think I'm still not, maybe I'm not asking the question well. If the DC solution was clear, let's say within 30 days, could you proceed with these projects, or do you need to wait for the risk mitigated analysis to be done to see if the projects could proceed?
The projects could proceed, but it's still caught by the water capacity constraint issue, but they would be able to proceed, yes.
Okay, but the water issue would still impact it. Okay,
Councillor
thank you.
Craig.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question is that if we look at this possible reduction, it's the average homeowner that's going to pay for this in the end. Do you understand that?
Through you, Chair, this is a balancing act to support growth and to make projects viable, and yes, there will be repercussions for the financing. Yes, I understand that.
Okay, so I think it's important. I'm prepared to look at what you're saying. But on the other hand, I'm going to be asking questions about what is the impact local homeowners. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for delegating. Those are all the questions. I don't see any other councillors, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ryan, you feel like part of the family. You're here almost every week.
Important issues you're talking about, so thank you.
The next delegation is Kinjal Kaur and Karishna Arya Trivedi, WRDSB student trustees. So welcome. You have 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Kinjal Kaur.
And my name is Krishna Sharvedi. We're both WRSB student trustees, and we're the founders of Transit to Learning, a local student-led initiative advocating for affordable student transit, which is a common issue among students.
Next slide. To begin working towards our cause, we curated a petition, which we'll talk about later, and a survey which had about 60 respondents, 95% of which were regular GRT users, but a half of which were not magnet students. As I'm aware of, you guys are probably aware about a pilot project where the WRDSB provides free GRT passes to magnet students within the WRDSB. 55% of students are on the bus for over half an hour, and 67% of students use it for the majority of their week.
Next slide. With reference to our responses, almost 40% of students use the GRT in the morning. Around 60% of students also use the GRT when leaving school, and only less than a quarter of these students were magnet program and French immersion students, while approximately 55% of these students live more than 4 kilometers away from their school. This is our secondary school student population.
Next slide. So what do these students use the GRT for? Well, they rely on effort for a wide amplitude of reasons. Primarily, school was the largest, with an 86% of responders using it for the GRT for getting to school. Next came shopping, school events, volunteering, and nearly half of them relying on public transportation to get to their jobs.
Next slide. While only 22.8% of students get free magnet program and French immersion, the free magnet program and French immersion GRT pass, the other 77.2% of students from a survey have to pay the costs, where over a quarter of these students are forced to pay upwards of $70 all the way to over $110 per month for the GRT pass.
Next slide. So let's do some basic math. The most economical choice for students is acquiring a monthly pass, which is the most popular amongst constant users. At $104 a month, this translates to $1,240 a year and nearly $5,000 just across 4 years of high school. This doesn't account for those who pay during elementary years or for families with multiple children, which pay upwards of $10,000 to even $15,000 for high school transportation.
Next slide. If we review the available rates and GRT pass types, many students still can't qualify for the affordable transit program because it's not one size fits all. And although student rates used to exist, they were dissolved for this program. What we propose to the region is to first consider reinstating the student rates as an extension of the ATP program. And second, consider free passes as a collaboration with school boards. And by requesting for provincial funding as well. This can be potentially achieved. And fun fact, other regions have been doing this. For example, the city of Kingston has provided student rates for over 10 years.
Next slide. So how can these collaborative free passes be achieved? Well, time for math again. The WRDSB is currently paying nearly $1.3 million for 1,800 passes. The issue, they're charged the regular corporate GRT rate of $85 per student per month. Their guaranteed business for the GRT but it's a huge cost to pay for just a few students. The solution, a lower rate that school boards can pay to buy student passes in bulk. For example, UW passes work out to be about $20 a month. Assuming this change, $20 is over 4 times cheaper, meaning 4 times more student passes in the same $1.3 million budget. This can even lead to an increase in GRT board spending and equals more ridership, more provincial funding, reduces the financial impact from the loss of secondary students in the area that GRT is facing, and most importantly, creates student affordability and accessibility.
Next slide. What we seek is that councillors move a motion that, one, determines the feasibility and implementation of a universal student youth fare for Grand River Transit, considering an expansion to the Affordable Transit Program or the creation of a new program, and report back to the council.
Second, they engage with all the school boards in the Waterloo region, including but not limited to the Waterloo Region District School Board, the Waterloo Catholic District School Board, CSC Mont Avenir, CS Viamont, the Grand River Transit, and any other stakeholders to explore a region-wide partnership as a pilot project if needed to provide high school students with subsidized or free GRT passes.
3, evaluate a new bulk pricing model that can be offered to local school boards, allowing them to acquire student GRT passes at a reduced rate.
You have 1 minute
4,
remaining.
assess cost-sharing outcomes between the region, school boards, and any applicable provincial programs, and include recommendations of financial implications as a part of future regional budget processes.
And 5, report all the findings to the regional council and share them publicly.
And finally, incorporate student voice during these consultations, such as through transit to learning, school board student trustees, through the formation of a youth advisory group and/or youth organizations.
Next slide. As previously discussed, students agree with us too. We've received over 100 petition signatures where we as student trustees make an effort to communicate what the student body wants. This petition should have been mentioned today in the agenda.
So here's some things students have shared. The buses go to the same place either way, have a fixed schedule, and will be there regardless of how much a student pays. We're not asking for service increases with our motion.
It's a 40-minute walk. My family is really struggling to afford to take the bus, so I am going to have to start walking since we can't afford a car, is one of the student anecdotes.
I have to turn down job opportunities and hangouts with friends due to needing to save up my bus fare money to get to school.
Every single student across the WSB should be able to come and return to school for 4 years without having to spend so much money just on transportation.
And that concludes our presentation. Thank you for your attention.
You timed that very well. Thank you very much. We do have some questions. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for delegating and managing your time so well. I do think that a universal pass for secondary students is a great way to support mobility throughout the region and also youth student well-being, and I'm fully in favor of that. My impression was that GRT was working with the school boards to offer something similar to the universal pass that we offer to post-secondary institutions, but they thought the price was that the school boards thought the price was too significant. Do you know if that's the case?
Exactly, and that's why we're saying that we should have some kind of a bulk price model where you can have a lower rate but have like a high amount of sales that a school board's gonna have a guaranteed number of passes they would buy from the GRT. So it's guaranteed business, thus they can have more passes for a lower price, but the GRT is still gonna be making money off of that because they have a set number of sales.
So I understand that, and just for your awareness, the U-Pass is already at a lowered rate. So to go back and advocate to the school board would be very helpful. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks both for being here. This is really great, and appreciate the advocacy that you brought together, and the outreach with students is really great. Could you maybe, as you pointed out, we shifted to an ATP program, right? This affordable transit program that removes that layer of age or different groups and sort of says we're going to means test this based on income. Could you maybe speak a bit more about what you've heard from students about why that works or doesn't work and some of the challenges there?
All of the challenges consist of students still not being able to qualify for these programs. For example, I go to Cameron Heights, I go to the IB program, so I do in fact qualify for the magnet program pass. However, a lot of students left the IB program and choose to stay at Cameron Heights, or a lot of students still live far from their schools. For example, individuals in Dune South going to schools in Mid-City Kitchener or somewhere in this area. They still can't afford, they can't afford that magnet program pass because they're not part of the magnet program, and they don't qualify, and they often don't qualify for these affordable transit passes because they just don't meet that boundary. This is very common with the amount of individuals who we talk to who've answered our survey, and a lot of the individuals who signed the petition as well.
Thanks for that. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thanks to you both for joining us tonight and for the time you put into the presentation and the research you've done and the thinking you've put into this. We're still going through a transit planning process. So I'm just wondering if we could suggest, or if I could suggest that you connect with our Commissioner of Transportation, and you set up some opportunities to talk with them as part of the ongoing consultation that we're doing, because I think what you've said has, there's a lot of merit to it. And I think that's a direction that, sort of overall, like we have discussed at various times around the horseshoe. But there's some more details and things like that that need to be worked out. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I guess look to Commissioner Getsky to maybe connect with, or for the students to connect with you to, through some of your ongoing consultation that you do with people like these two young, ambitious, and bright young people who've come forward.
So just to direct your attention to Commissioner Getsky, that is who Councillor McCabe is suggesting that you might want to have a conversation with. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. Again, thank you very much for coming, and you provided a very excellent presentation. I was just thinking about the provincial announcement about attendance being part of marks for high school students, and when you were talking about cost, do you think the cost of getting to school is going to impact students in terms of this, now that attendance is part of their marks?
Definitely. I believe that this project would definitely help increase student attendance, because I do know people, I go to Galt Collegiate in Cambridge, and I do know people who don't take public transit to get to school and have to take rides with their parents, and they leave for work a bit later than school starts because they cannot afford to pay for the public transit and they're not part of magnet programs. So getting these costs down and potentially getting these subsidized passes would allow students to get on this transit and get to school on time when it starts, rather than having to leave like half an hour up to an hour late with their parents when they're leaving for work.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Bravanovich.
Thank you very much, and just wanted to thank both of you for coming in, first of all, and for your presentation. In terms of the sort of the next steps, and you've had a number of recommendations that you put forward, are you hoping that this is something that would come back as part of the 2027 budget process, or what is sort of your request there?
Yeah, our main request is that consideration happens with the 2027 budget process, along with just an overall evaluation and just understanding the stakeholders. We want to make sure that students get the ability to get transportation. That's our whole goal. And to get transportation, there's a lot of things that we need to consider, and one of those things is cost. So therefore, with the budget analysis from next year, the 2027 budget analysis that you are mentioning, this is something that we'd like to add and potentially give to staff as well to look over, analyze, and understand.
Exactly, and as a part of these recommendations, we'd also like staff to determine like the feasibility of something like this, right? How likely is it to happen? And at a larger scale, what overall population would a project like this impact? And then based on those recommendations, if the council feels like this is something we can move forward with, then it be put into the budget process.
So Madam Chair, at the appropriate time, and I don't know if we just need a motion or direction to staff to refer this presentation and the requests to staff to take a look at and to bring it back at the budget process. I don't know if you want to deal with that at the end of the presentation or later on, but I'm just sort of flagging it now while they're still here.
I would think direction to staff is fine. It's very much along the lines of what Councillor McCabe was saying. So okay. I'm sure Commissioner Getsky is listening. I don't know if you want to respond.
Through you, Chair, just we are intending to bring a preview of the fare strategy. That was one of the components of the follow-ups to the JRT business plan. So we're bringing a preview later this year. I'm not promising the date yet. I'll have to check with the team. The final fare strategy is for the complete overhaul is for next year, but we'll definitely bring both the work that we've already done with the school board and some of the proposals forward as part of the preview this year.
Great, and so maybe staff can consider this as part of that when they bring it back. Thank you.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. I think you did a really good job of making your case. So bear with me when I ask the question, and it's about student transportation. Is there still busing provided to high school students, and why is that not working?
So yes, busing is still provided to a lot of high school students. The issue is that boundaries come in as an issue. A lot of students live outside the boundary, but still fall into going to a certain school. I'll bring up the example of Cameron Heights again with me. I'm an IB student. Some students who still go to Cameron Heights aren't IB students anymore. They've left the program. So they can't get the busing because they live outside that boundary. And that's why a lot of individuals this is why it's a recurring issue, where they have to rely on public transportation because one, they don't get the school buses, and two, they're not a part of the magnet programs, and three, they're just put in that situation where they neither qualify for the affordable transit program, nor are they able to get some sort of incentivized, benefits.
Another thing I'd like to add on to that is school buses go directly from school to home and home to school. A bunch of students like to participate in clubs, sports, they work, they have jobs, they do volunteering, they participate in extracurriculars, have cadets, right? And if a bus is going straight from your home to school and then from school to home, it limits your opportunities to participate in school activities and these extracurriculars that are beneficial not only to mental but also physical growth, and as well as creating those social, soft, and hard skills that are difficult to earn just in classrooms. So having the public transportation allows them to do these things after school in their schools and still have a way to get home.
Okay, thanks. Good answer.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Redmond, for coming back to me. A question for the delegation. I wonder if one of the ways that council could reduce the barriers to public transit for secondary students is to make all secondary students eligible for the ATP fare, with the understanding that there is not one high school student who is currently working a full-time job while they're at school. So knowing that their individual income is generally far lower than the average adult. Do you think the ATP fare is feasible for most students?
100%, and that's one of their asks, was potentially creating a youth, or as you mentioned, a student fare as an extension to the affordable transit program, as currently the ATP uses household income and not individual income.
Right.
And just because an individual is making less than the threshold doesn't mean that their household income will be under that threshold as well. So that is, I agree completely with what you're saying, and that is one of the things that we're suggesting is like expand the affordable transit program to low-income households and youth in the region.
I'm sorry if I missed one of your suggestions. You were speaking very fast.
Yeah, I understand. We understand. Thank you.
So thank you very much, both of you, for coming in. I see that you have some of your trustee colleagues in the audience, and I would just say that you have some former trustees. I know Councillor Shantz and Gowing and I have all served time as trustees. So thank you very much for coming in, for delegating, and for your service to the community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Krista Strauss from Wilmot. Krista, you're here in person. Welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Krista Strauss, and I'm from Wilmot Township. And I'm just going to talk about how the history repeats itself in Wilmot Township. Next slide, please. So this article is from 1974. It's about farmers in St. Agatha area. Their wells were going dry, and they had no idea why. And it turned out that the cities were doing experimental well drilling in the area. And this, next slide, please. And this pattern starts in the late 1960s. Next slide, please. And it really ramps up this pattern of increased water taking, lack of communication, and wells drying up. really ramps up in the 1970s throughout the township, throughout the whole township. Creeks and ponds are going dry. Next slide, please. And then we're in the 1980s. This is when we all know the 1980 agreement was made. Next slide, please. And then the 1990s, the region, once again, the region starts pumping more water than the 1980 agreement. And the region promises that this will never happen again. Farmers' wells will never go dry again. They won't take above this agreement. Next slide, please. And then we have the 2000s. This is when Walkerton's happening. We're more concerned about conserving water. Farmers are trying to do their best to, use less fertilizer, do their part. Next slide, please. And this is a public notice. In 1997, we start seeing more public engagement with area residents, especially in the Wilmot Center area. And then next slide, please. And then in 2019, what happened? There was no public engagement. People had no idea that this water taking was happening of 30 liters per second. And we know this because local residents had no idea that their wells were dry and that they should go to the region and tell them. Nobody knew that. You guys were all surprised. I was surprised. Even, in fact, sorry. And then next slide, please. And so this cycle keeps happening. So my suggestion is, how do we stop this pattern from happening? That first article, my great uncle was a part of that. Now I'm up here, and I just don't want the next generation in Wilmot to have to come up here and go through this whole process again. So we need better policies. And we know this, that Waterloo Region is the largest municipality to rely on groundwater. So we have to have better policies and procedures, because we're different throughout the whole province. And so we need better ways to communicate, better ways to work with residents when it comes to our groundwater. And there should have been a baseline measurement of these private wells before we increased as well, this 30 liters per second. And I hope that we have compassion with these residents. This was a big surprise to them. We kind of dropped the ball on this. I just hope that we do better. And this pattern just, once again, needs to stop. And next slide, please. Next slide, we'll go forward. And so I was trying to see what there is for the province for safeguarding. And they talk about if there is any water conflicts, there's different priorities. Next slide, please. So there's priority 1, 2, 3, and 4. The first is environment, drinking water, farm, animal production. Second is agriculture. Third, industrial and commercial and other uses. And then priority 4 is landscaping. And I'm going to talk about the mega site. So geographically, this is a terrible spot. In regards to our drinking water, we put this mega site here. It's close to the Wilmot aquifers. If there's contamination, we don't know what's going to happen. We do know a lot about groundwater. And we have more science coming ahead of us, but do we really understand what our aquifers are like? I don't think this is a risk we should take. I don't want our future generations to have to suffer from decisions we made. And we need to prioritize priority 1. Sorry, why are we prioritizing number 3 here over priority number 1 with our groundwater? And hopefully we learn from our past mistakes and going forward do a lot better. Thank you.
Krista, thank you very much for coming in. We have some questions. Councillor Hunick.
Sure. Thank you for coming today. I appreciate what you've said. I don't want future generations to have to suffer for decisions that we've made either. I've been told that it's fairly standard for private wells to have to be dug deeper over time, and over time I mean generations. But I wonder if you want to speak to the difference between digging private wells deeper versus the wetlands drying up in Wilmot.
I'm not sure about, I think everything's connected, right? And we know that when the region draws water, it is going to lower our water table, regardless, like no matter what, it's going to lower down. And maybe there is enough water in these aquifers, but when you lower down the water table, it's going to affect other wetlands in the area. And they saw that in the 1970s. They saw some of the creeks drying up in the ponds. And I think everything's connected. And I don't think we fully understand how it all works. And yes, we understand more than we did in the 1970s, but it's still very unknown to us. And I don't want us to make any mistakes going forward.
Thank you for
I
coming.
hope that
Thanks.
answered. I'm not sure if that answered your question, but.
It does. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't see, there was a newspaper article back almost 20 years to the day we were informed there was a potential of the water shortage. And that was when Greenbrook went offline because of dioxin contaminants. Did you know that that article exists? I just ran across it the other day. Somebody sent it to me back then, and I just accidentally uncovered it in all my documents this week. So were you aware of that?
I didn't know I think, was that the time when they didn't know exactly what was going on and what was causing the contamination? I think I remember reading that.
It could be. It was the record December 19th, 2005.
Yeah, so that's something like we really don't want to mess around with our groundwater. And this is what I'm afraid of with this mega site. And a part of it is on the recharge a little bit, but we don't really know how everything's really connected. So,
yeah. Well, thank you for taking this up on behalf. Your great uncle, you said?
Yeah, he was part of, he lived out in Josephsburg, which is by St. Agatha, and he was part of, there was a committee, and they had, the regional chair was there, they had a bunch of counselors on this committee, they had residents as well, so it was a collaborative approach. I don't really fully understand, I was trying to ask some relatives more about it, but it happened long ago, and they just remembered their dad going to a lot of meetings, so that's all they remember.
There might be some minutes somewhere. So anyway, I appreciate certainly you taking up the family gauntlet. That's great.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Krista, I have no further questions,
Okay,
but thank
great,
you very much for delegating.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Margaret Johnson from Kitchener. Margaret, welcome to the podium, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good evening, Chair Redmond and regional councillors, and thank you for allowing me to speak with you this evening. I have to say that I never expected to be speaking here. It was not on my bingo card this year, but sometimes things come up and you end up coming to have a chat with your fellow councillors, so thanks for having me. I'm here tonight to discuss the proposed delay of the Moorgate housing project. Moorgate is located in Ward 8, and their residents are an integral and very important part of Victoria House. As a ward councillor, I was frankly shocked to read about the postponement in the paper on April 9th. I was angry and disappointed, and actually I almost cried as I read that story. I know how important this project is to that neighborhood. Frankly, the most gut-wrenching piece to me, though, was to read that there was no business case to support moving forward with this project. And that really riled me. It takes a lot to rile me, by the way. But when did people whom the region is providing housing for simply become a business case? Where is the people's voice in that cold freezing? I'm blessed to have a close relationship with the Victoria House community and many of the people who volunteer at both the community center and the Victoria House Neighborhood Association. Communication was made to them and a meeting was set up for Moorgate residents to connect and share their thoughts about the postponement. And I wanted to share some of their thoughts following that meeting with you. They said, "Thank you very much for taking the time to meet with us residents and listen to our concerns regarding the postponed construction of new housing on Moorgate Drive. We truly appreciate your willingness to hear our experiences and understand the impact this delay has had on our community. We're grateful for your commitment to advocating for urgency and transparency on this project. These are very important issues for residents who have been waiting for progress and clear communication. Thank you as well for sharing information about tonight's regional meeting and how residents can participate or follow the discussion. We appreciate your efforts to keep the community informed. We also look forward to hearing any updates from regional housing staff regarding next steps and how residents can receive information about the project's progress. Thank you again for your leadership, support, and continued engagement with the Moorgate community. And another attendee wrote, "Hey there, I'm really glad I could share some tough challenges. There's many that goes on in the neighborhood. I truly feel sad about it, and I want to help speak up for the community. And it's a strong one. So I want to say thank you for hearing us. It does help speaking out to help others and help them understand a bit more. The talk was really good. So I just want to say thanks to you for hearing us and the people about how we feel." So tonight, I'm here to ask on behalf of many of the Moorgate residents for you to please reconsider the decision on a long-term postponement when this housing is so desperately needed. I want to ask as well for urgency and transparency on this project, as well as for consistent and clear communication for the residents. I'd like to ask for a community meeting with staff and counselors in attendance. When I say counselors, I mean you. I will be there too. For residents to ask questions and get clear answers and follow-up meetings on a regular basis. As well, I'd like to see a project manager or staff member that residents will be able to count on as their contact for Moorgate information. I'd like to see these residents prioritize for any suitable accommodation that comes up in your housing inventory for those that are not properly housed now. My commitment to you is to work together with you to support the residents. I will attend the meetings. I'd be happy to help communicate, and perhaps I can help you find space to meet and help ensure that all voices are heard. Let's work together on this. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some questions. Councillor Hunick.
Hi, Margaret.
Hi.
Thank you for coming today. Thank you for coming, even though it wasn't on your bingo card for 2026.
I don't want to get a bingo. I'm going to be honest with you. No more. I don't need to be here.
Glad to see you here. Glad that you're advocating for the residents of Moorgate. It was very hard to have that process through, and I'm not sure if the decision can be reversed or not. But in the meanwhile, I was under the impression that the residents of Moorgate have been rehoused in suitable accommodations for the interim. Is it your impression that that's not the case?
Well, I think it depends on who you speak with. There was one young man that came who he was younger when this first happened, and he's a single parent, and his mom doesn't speak English. And she missed the first few communications on it. They were able to find some accommodation in the neighborhood, but in their case, it's not suitable. So I think there's maybe some that have fallen through the cracks. I do understand that was, they were tried to be accommodated in suitable accommodation, but I'm not sure that everybody was.
Okay, so if you could provide those needs to the housing team, I think that would be very important. Secondly, I would be interested in talking with clerks or chair when the time is appropriate about what would be the process for reversing the Moorgate decision. Thanks.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Margaret, for coming in today and sharing kind of your perspective on this. And I will also add, taking very good care of that ward and this project very near and dear to me, because that's where I grew up, so I know that the community is impacted significantly. My question for you is, in terms of, I guess, building that bridge between the neighborhood and the region, the best course of action is to have regular community updates. I want to ensure that we're working closely together on this. because that neighborhood, I mean, to know that neighborhood, you know, it is very unique in this region. So I just want to get some of your insight on how we move forward together better on this.
Yeah, I'd say that they would appreciate a meeting, and I think having regular meetings would be important. It's important to have regular meetings in their neighborhood. These aren't people who, you know, can easily get here for a meeting. That's why I'm here tonight on their behalf. Yeah, I think regular updates to them in the neighborhood. Some signage would be nice. I mean, there's been fencing up around that site for a very long time. One of the questions that was asked was, well, if they're not going to go ahead with the project, is there any way that we can move back into that housing? There's some real questions and concerns there that I can't speak to. So it would be wonderful to have regional staff and counselors attend and be answering those questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow up with staff after. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Branovich.
Thank you, and thanks very much, Councillor Johnson, for coming in. I know you take a very active interest in your ward with your residents, and having you come in is certainly helpful for all of us to hear the concerns that you're raising. Do you have a sense in terms of the numbers of residents that lived in Moorgate? Have you been able to be in touch with most of them, or just a small number? Any sense on that?
Yeah, there was 5 residents that showed up last week on a rainy night, very rainy night actually, to come out to speak. I don't know where these people are. They're not in the neighborhood. They're maybe not people that read the newspaper or heard on the news that this has happened, and I don't know how to reach them. The region should know how to reach them. I don't know how to do that. So there's a really good network, though. The community it's a really close community, so I think that people have tried to keep in touch as much as possible, but people have moved away. Some people have moved out of the region for housing, et cetera. So I don't have a good handle on that, but.
And that was going to be the second question, actually, that I asked is, do you have a sense, you know, my view would be that, you know, this population typically would benefit from having the sense of belonging that existed amongst themselves. And, you know, this would be a vacuum for them now. And they're looking for ways to connect and reconnect, and distance, as you point out, may be an issue now. Is there more work that we can do to on the communication and not just, quite frankly, in English, but I would suspect that communication in other languages might be helpful as well?
Absolutely, and that was something that that they brought up as well. I mean, I even suggested at the Victoria Hills Community Center, we can put language on our outdoor sign that could indicate that, you know, a meeting would be happening, and we can do that in various languages. So I believe that we can be partners on this as well, and I'm happy to be, you know, connected in with this too. Again, it's trying to reach the people. I don't, like I said, like the Engage page has not been updated. I know you haven't made a final decision yet. I get it, but there is an update on there from March 26th that said what the new design was going to be. So that's another reason why I found it really surprising that the postponement was perhaps happening. So any of the residents who are looking at that, there's no message on there about any of this either. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming in tonight.
So Councillor Erb, and then I'm going to go to Commissioner Sweeney.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome to our council meeting. I'm not sure many of us would go to another council meeting when you attend as many as you do.
I know, it feels weird.
Welcome.
I admit.
Welcome. I think this is a disappointment to all of us. There's no question about that. I'm a little bit surprised that it came as a surprise, though, because we started talking about this in November, December at our budget meetings, that this was a possibility, and asking staff to come back with some recommendations. And so I'm wondering if I'm not preempting you, if I could ask Mr. Sweeney to respond to what we've.
Well, you can. Now I have Councillor Hunick, so we're going to ask questions of the delegation. So I can cue you back in if you want to.
Okay, I would just like Mr. Sweeney to respond to some of the communications that we've had with that community as I was part of that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hunick.
Sorry, Chair Redmond, my question was to you. If after the delegation is completed, we can have 5 minutes to confer with staff.
Okay, we're going to hear from Mr. Sweeney, and then we can take a 5-minute break. Is that what you're asking for?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sweeney.
Okay, yes, thank you. Through you, Chair, thank you. And Councillor Johnson, thank you for delegating this evening, and appreciate your commitment to the neighborhood that we also highly value, and certainly committed to, as a decision is before Council today to ratify a report, a communications plan will roll out, and we'll certainly happy to engage you and others. I do want to just take a moment just to clarify just a couple of things, if I could. There are 55 units in the original Moorgate housing complex. All of the families that were in those units have been relocated within our Waterloo Regional Housing stock. And I also want to say that to Councillor Erb's point, this potential came forward in November, and in late January we launched a engagement protocol and process with our WRH tenants themselves, but not with neighbors of the within the Moorgate community. So we have made a distinction between those that we had a responsibility as landlords and who were directly affected by this. We did an online survey. We did and a virtual meeting and an in-person meeting. Those invitations to those opportunities were delivered by our regional housing staff, our tenant relations coordinators. The uptake was 14 people out of those 55 families. So again, not particularly high, but there was a direct communication to the residents who are directly impacted. It would be our normal course of communications to not broaden that communication to a neighborhood or to others until such time that council made a formal decision, which is before you this evening. So I hope that clarification helps.
Councillor Erb, does that satisfy your question? Thank you. Margaret, thank you for coming in. It's great to see you. And we will now take a 10-minute bio break and be back So colleagues, we're going to resume our meeting. Thank you for that brief break. We now have a motion to approve the minutes from the previous minutes listed 9.1 to 9.8. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Gowing, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Please use your e-scribe to vote.
Madam Chair, may I just, on one of those, I think we're moving the minutes that are related to the G2G trail in that section, is that right? Am I?
Are you just looking for highlighting that report?
I just want council to be aware that John Kipfer, who is the chair of that board of the G2G Trail, is here this evening and is very appreciative of the decision that council made to get that bridge across the Grand River. And I just wanted to acknowledge that John was here.
Welcome, John. Thank you for all the support and all the leadership. The vote will continue. Councillor Harris, are you in favor?
Yes, I am. I got it. There we go.
Thank you. So not only is that carried, John, but that's carried unanimously. Next agenda item is council information package as well as correspondence from Ann Leffler. They've received for information. It's 10.1, 10.2. The next agenda item is motion for the committee of the whole to consider reports. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Erb, seconded by Councillor Hunick.
Chair, a question on committee reports?
Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. I have sorry, we've dealt with finance already?
Not yet.
But we've moved on to committee reports?
It's a motion to go
sorry,
in.
my apologies. I jumped ahead in my brain.
All right. Do we have unanimous consent, given that Councillor Rodriguez's issues are somewhere else, that we can move into committee of the whole? So that is carried unanimously, colleagues. So now that we're in committee of the whole, we're going to consider reports. There are 3 reports for finance. Councillor Rodriguez, do you want one of them separated, or do you want to vote on them individually?
No, Chair, it's related to 12.2.1, the SID committee reports. That's after, yeah.
So we're going to deal with finance reports. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Craig, seconded by Councillor Shantz. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Sorry, I skipped over Commissioner Steffler, who was happy to speak to that. Do you want to make some comments, Wayne?
No, I'm just ready, available for questions, but I'm happy if you want to proceed.
So that's carried, so there are no questions. Okay, so we're moving to our second finance report. So now we're going to deal with committee reports. It's 12.2.1, Sustainability, Infrastructure and Development Committee, April 7th, 2026. Councillor Rodriguez.
I'll learn to read an agenda at some point. Thank you, Chair. So I just want to thank staff for some really great conversations about a number of the traffic control measures that are happening this year. I think one of them that I wanted to highlight and speak to a bit is just the proposed new school zone on Fairway Road at the new Notre Dame secondary school that's opening in September. And I think it's not every year that we open a new secondary school. And unfortunately, this one's on in a bit of an interesting spot on the south side of a major road, with everyone living on the other side of the major road. So we're taking a number of steps to help make that school zone better. Unfortunately, ASE would have been a great tool in this location to help bring speeds down, but I think we're have a number of steps in the way. So I have a brief amendment that I've sent to clerks, so we can key that up. There's a number of great things that are happening in this area. One of them that happened last year was an extension of a trail, a multi-use trail from Lackner to Pebble Creek, which was a welcome addition for students at Chicopee Hills. But that trail stops there and doesn't continue to the new school at just over at Old Zeller. And that road is built with on-road bike lanes and really fast speeds. So that would be a great, over time, a great addition. And so the first portion of the amendment, I guess it would be to item 1 of the SID summary, would be that staff be directed to determine the feasibility of extending the multi-use trail on the north side of Fairway Road between Pebble Creek and Old Zeller Drive as part of the 2027 Active Transportation Improvements Program. And for all of this, had a chance to work with staff on this, so appreciate their time and expertise on this. The second is that there's a roundabout at this location that students are going to have to cross, and this will be the primary way for pedestrians to get to the school. We're a bit premature right now on the roundabout safety pilot in terms of what the ultimate design would be, but I'd like to sort of provide that early indication to the community that this is could be a priority location. Obviously, there's a number of factors that would weigh into how we'd expand this program and costs to be determined, but again, wanted to provide some direction for staff to consider this location, this roundabout, for future safety improvements following the completion of that roundabout safety pilot as part of the future school zone. So I know Student Transportation Services and the Ward Councillor have been working really hard to get this right, and I know the principal is actively engaged on this as well. So it's really exciting that we have a school opening, and want to thank staff for all the steps that have been taken so far, and hope this kind of augments and helps get this right.
So we need a mover and a seconder for the whole report, moved by Councillor Vrvanovich, seconded by Councillor James. Now, Councillor Rodriguez, if you'd like to move your amendments, do you want to move both of them, or do you want them separate?
I'll move them together.
Okay, so who's seconding it?
Councillor Vrvanovich.
Councillor Vrvanovich is going to second it. So you have spoken to the amendment. Councillor Vrvanovich, do you want to speak to the amendment?
No, I just want to thank Councillor Rodriguez for bringing this forward. I know a number of us, including yourself, Madam Chair, were part of the site visit some months ago at the request of Councillor Schneider and the school board, and I think the ideas that are being brought forward are part of that sort of logical next step as we look forward to the opening of first new high school in a while, actually, and certainly the first one in this part of the city. So thank you.
So I see no further speakers, so the amendments have been moved and seconded. So I would ask you to use e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried, and we will now be voting on the main motion as amended. That has been moved and seconded. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item is 12.2.2, Administration and Finance, April the 7th, 2026. And I believe that there's been a request to take the first motion separately. Councillor Leggett, you had asked for this one to be taken separately.
Yes, I did. In the original report on April 7th, it had stated that the local municipalities had been consulted, or the report had been shared with them. I don't believe it was. My staff is very concerned because we're not in agreement with the length of time for the agreement. We're quite willing for a 2-year agreement, but any longer than that, we aren't, because we are currently updating our policy on our end, and we are not comfortable with this. So I'm pulling it because my staff have stated that they want more, they want consultation. I realize that they're going to enter into the necessary agreements, but I need to make it public that we are not happy with this. And we might be looking in another direction. So I just wanted to pull so that I could vote against this particular part of the motion.
Okay, so we will take one and the rest of the motion separately, the Finance Committee, but I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Erb. So we will deal with the first motion that Councillor Leggett had commented on, and that is the Municipal Accommodation Tax Fund. Councillor Harris?
Yeah, I don't have it up on mine, but yes, favor.
Thank you. Colleagues, that is carried. We now vote on the rest of the report. It's been moved and seconded. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item is 12.2.3, Community and Health Services Committee Summary, April 7th, 2026. I need a mover and a seconder, and this is the project at Moorgate that we've already talked about with the delegate. If I could have a mover, moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor McCabe, thank you. Any further discussion? Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. And I really would like to reflect on Councillor Erb's comment that this isn't where anybody wanted to go. This is just some of the realities of the framework as we go forward. Board of Health 12.3 is the next update, and I would look to Dr. Shulu Wong, Medical Officer of Health, to provide a health update.
Thank you, Chair Redmond, and good evening, members of Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present a Board of Health update with information about the continuation of our annual enforcement of the Immunization of School Pupils Act, this time for elementary students. I will be brief. For elementary school families, the deadline to submit records to avoid suspension is Monday, May 4th at 4:30 p.m. Suspensions will take effect on Thursday, May 7th. Between January and February 2026, notices were sent to 9,234 elementary students with incomplete immunization records. In early April, suspension orders were mailed to 7,065 students. This number is aligned with historical trends. The current number of elementary students remaining with out-of-date records as of yesterday is 4,248. We continue to receive a very high volume of record submissions at this time. We encourage elementary school parents to update vaccine records as soon as they can to avoid school suspension. Due to the high number of expected suspensions, waiting until suspension day to update records may mean missing extra school days before a student can return to school. To report any vaccines the child has already received, families can submit the record information to regionofwaterloo.ca/vaccines. If a vaccine is still needed, families are asked to book an appointment with their healthcare provider or contact a walk-in clinic in advance to confirm availability. After the vaccine is received, families will need to report the vaccination to public health as their healthcare provider does not submit this information to public health on their behalf. And finally, public health vaccine appointments are available specifically for secondary students, for elementary students who received a suspension order from public health and do not have a primary care provider or an OHIP card. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I see no questions, Dr. Wong, but when you put forward those numbers and the cooperation and the engagement with the community to bring those numbers down, that's nothing short of impressive. So please thank, on behalf of a grateful community and council, thank your staff for all this hard work.
Sorry, that was off. Thank you very much for your support, Council. Chair.
Thank you. Regional Clerk, next agenda item 12.4.1 is remuneration recommendation, and Tim Brubaker, Regional Clerk, will walk us through this report.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Council, as you'll recall, we had an external consultant conduct a review of council remuneration, benefits, and staff support. That report was presented to council for information last month, and the public had the opportunity at that meeting and this meeting and throughout the time period to provide comments. My office hasn't received any comments related to this, and we haven't had any delegations as well. So at this juncture, the recommendation from the external consultant is the recommendation in the report, and council, we're in your hands. But in essence, you can choose to approve the recommendation from the consultant that's listed in the report. You could approve an amended recommendation, or you could take no action, in which case the existing formula would remain in place. The existing formula for council cost of living allowance would remain in place for the 2026 to 2030 term of council.
So I have two speakers. I'm going to ask if we can have a mover and a seconder to get it on the floor, and then we can have a discussion. Moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Gowing. Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thanks, Clerk, for the work on this and the consultant team. I do have an amendment I would like to make to this motion, if that can be shared. I've shared it with clerks in advance. And the amendment is that, the remuneration for regional standing committee chairs be increased from the current $7,401 to $12,901 annually, representing an approximate increase of $5,500, 89% for the 2026 to 2030 term of council, and that this adjustment be incorporated into the 2027 budget. And my logic for this in this number is, I agree with everything the consultant said, essentially. However, when I look at the equity, when you think about the police board reps, I think there's an opportunity to bring this more in line. That's some of my logic with the number, but I also take note of what Councillor McCabe said last time and agree around the amount of work that committee chairs do over and above for a part-time role. It is significantly more. It is significantly more hours, and it does there is a significant difference, and I think this salary has not been increased in a number of years, recognizing the amount of work that has been added to this role and scope creep, I would say. So I think in an effort to address a little bit of fairness around this role and the number around how the committee chairs are recognized for the role that they do, and future committee chairs, because I may not be in this role again. So thinking about going forward and what that means. So I will present that to council as an addition to consider for the next term of council.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hunick. Thank you. I'll go through the speakers list, and for people watching, and I know you've reiterated this, Councillor James, but this is all changes that will happen after the election for the next council. So nobody sitting around this horseshoe, unless you're re-elected, will benefit from any of this. Councillor Hunick, do you want to speak to this as a seconder?
Yes, sure. I'm happy to support the recommendation of the consultants, and I also understand the extra work of the committee chairs and want to make sure that's fair and adequately compensated. So happy to support.
Thank you. Councillor Verbanovich.
Thank you very much. I guess I have a couple of questions and then another amendment that I'd like to move. One of those questions has to do with a motion that Councillor James is bringing forward later in the evening, and it's the issue of childcare, presumably after hours, after conventional daytime hours, which I know is a problem for people in many professions, and why maybe staff can indicate. Was there a request to consider that as part of the process, and why it may or may not have been considered in the core recommendation that's before us?
So through the chair to Councillor Verbanovich, the scope of the consultant's review was limited to the remuneration to regional council, the benefits, the medical benefits, and the staff support. That was what council approved when that project was started. So no, there was no consideration of childcare benefits in that review.
Okay. I guess it would have been good for that to have been considered as part of it, and so maybe that's an indication for ahead of 2030 that a more comprehensive review needs to be looked at. The second question I have for staff is with respect to Part 3 of Recommendation 1, and it's directing staff to include those two positions in the budget. I think certainly it's worthy of further discussion by the next council ahead of the budget, but I think, we don't know what that next council is going to look like. We anticipate that there may be some changes in structure subject to regional, subject to provincial legislation being formally proposed and passed. And so I'm wondering, instead of saying direct staff to include it in the budget, would it be appropriate to simply direct to refer this to the 2027 budget, and a further dialogue can then happen with the next council on this issue? But not necessarily automatically include it, because then it means you have to take it out if you don't at that point. And I anticipate there'll be many budget pressures for staff to consider as part of the process, and competing staff needs across the organization.
Through the chair, we're in council's hands on this. This was the recommendation from the consultant, was to acquire have these two positions. But we're in council's hands as to when that might happen or if that happens.
Okay, so I would, at the appropriate time, Madam Clerk, like to move a recommendation that instead of saying we direct staff to include it, that we refer to the 2027 budget those two items, and that this further debate and discussion would happen with the council at that time.
Okay, so we already have an amendment on the floor,
Yet,
which is Councillor James. So I would suggest that we need to vote on that amendment, and then we can consider your amendment.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. And then just on the amendment itself, I appreciate where Councillor James is coming from. I guess the difficulty that I have is, you know, usually we either have a citizen committee that makes recommendations and council adopts them, you know, or maybe reduces them, or we have a consultant that makes recommendations and we adopt them. We typically don't go the other way and start adding things to it. And so I just personally, I'm uncomfortable with doing that, especially when we're talking, you know, when the proposal is for a 80+% increase from the proposed amount.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I tend to agree with my colleague, Councillor Bubanovic, in that I would prefer to, I don't think that this is appropriate for us to vote on. I sort of, the consultant did explain that the chairs of committees were looked at, and their recommendation was that it was adequate, I believe. And also the other benefit for childcare. I think it's a wonderful idea. I think that if it was for all the public and every business, I could be able to support it, but I don't think that it's a good idea for us to do this. It's similar to me to providing our own benefits to ourselves. I don't think it's quite appropriate. And I would agree with Councillor Bubanovic, we can leave it to the next 2027 budget. Thank you.
I just want to be clear, the discussion on childcare remuneration is not part of what we're discussing at this point in time. It's definitely connected, but right now we're dealing with the amendment having to do with remuneration of chairs. Councillor McCabe.
Yes, and I agree that it should be left till 2027. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McCabe.
Yeah, just specifically on the remuneration for chairs, I think it's an absolutely fair point. The chairs do a tremendous amount of additional work. And then when you think about, particularly right now, all the extra work that's been required because of the water issue that we're dealing with, I think it's, you know, I mean, we're not going to have that amount going forward, hopefully, but they still do a tremendous amount of work, you know, and I'm thinking of, you know, over budget season in particular, you know, the Chair Harris, as well as both Chair Erb and Chair James spend a great deal of time on that. So, you know, I see this as, you know, this is a report that we requested, that, you know, they gave us their recommendations, but, you know, we're council and we have the option of making amendments and changes as we'd like. You know, Councillor Verbanovic's making an amendment, wants to make an amendment as well. So I don't see any problem with making the amendment, and so that Councillor James is proposing. So I'm happy to support that, but I do have one amendment that I wanted to add as well when the time is appropriate.
Okay, if you don't mind queuing back in, that would be great. Councillor Hunick.
Again, I'm pleased to support the increase of remuneration for chairs. My next question was with respect to Mayor Verbanovic's amendment. So if that could be, I want to go back in the queue, please.
Councillor James.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair. And I just want to reiterate, you know, we're looking at a $5,500 increase to match those of the Police Services Board, which I recognize is also a significant amount of work. And I don't know how these salaries came to be in the first place. When we're thinking about equity around salary, when we're thinking about really recognizing the work that's being done. And I will admit that all municipal employees, I believe, you know, especially those of us that are part-time, are underpaid for the amount of work that is requested now, and the extra tax and the extra labor. I'm not asking for extra money for that. I'm just saying, going forward, we absolutely need to recognize that the work that is being done now by committee chairs, and potentially going forward in the climate that we are working in, is changing. And to make it a little bit more fair and a little bit more equitable, at least match those of the Police Service Board representatives who are also doing significant amount of work on the Police Service Board. So I would hope that there would be support for this for going forward, recognizing that, yes, there's a lot of talk right now about increases across many municipalities. And we're not talking about the base salary here. We're talking about recognizing the work, the extensive work that committee chairs are doing over and above with a part-time job, with other work, and some of us with many families. And I'm thinking about the future people who may be sitting in this role having to navigate the same thing.
Councillor Foxon, is it on the amendment? Or is this a legacy?
Yes, it is to do with the committee chairs, or the chairs. Because I sit as a chair, I don't get any remuneration, extra remuneration. Councillor Solomon sits on a chair, she also doesn't get any extra remuneration. I am vice chair on another committee. I don't get remuneration when I sit on as chair of that committee, but in absence of the chair.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Chair. Whether the chairs are reimbursed appropriately or not, for me, is not the issue here. I think it's a process. I think that if we're going to approve something like this, we should, it should come from a citizens committee, or it should have been recommended by the consultant, which it wasn't. And so, unfortunately, I'm not going to be prepared to support this amendment.
Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Chair. I understand the amount of time that is spent doing this and the inequity with the police board. My only discomfort is the fact that it wasn't done by the consultant, and I'm wondering if we could send it back to the consultant for them to add it as an addendum to their report so they could look at the amount of hours. I don't know that everybody of every chair of every committee spends the same amount of time, same workload, and I'm not in their shoes, but I think that it needs to be investigated more. I'm not against giving an increase when someone is doing the work. I just don't know, and I understand the inequity with the Police Services Board and particular finance and Councillor James's roles. I know that there's a lot of work involved with them, but I'm just not comfortable voting for this without there being somebody overseeing this. I'd like to support it, but I really would like to see somebody else's hand in this.
Thank you, Councillor Shantz.
Ditto to Councillor Liggett. And I guess I'd also like to make the, note that as a Police Service Board member, we're getting paid the same, I assume, as all the other board members, just like when I sit on the ANOVA board or sit on GRCA or sit on any number of boards. So it's separate from remuneration as a councillor. I don't have a real problem with an increase for the chairs, but I would also like to see an outside consultant look at that in context.
The clerk's going to speak to that suggestion.
So, Council, we can, if it's the will of Council, we can certainly reach back out to the consultants and ask them to do more work. If I recall correctly, though, their response to the chair question was there wasn't enough comparable data to provide that information on what was an appropriate remuneration for that.
And there would be an additional cost if we went back.
I presume so. I don't know what that additional cost would be, but I can't imagine they would do that for us for free.
Councillor Craig.
So my understanding of the motion of the amendment is this would not be in place now, but for the next council. Okay. There has been on a number of occasions in the past where a municipal council has in fact made its own decisions on remuneration and has in fact changed different recommendations from citizens committees. So that's not, territory that hasn't been explored. Not quite sure I would measure up with trying to reach up to the Police Services Board and all their activities, but I think it's very notable from my perspective around the chair, watching the chairs and what they're doing, They do an enormous amount of work. I don't think there's any question about that. So if there's a concern about how we proceed in a proper way, the next council can overrule this when these recommendations come forward with the next council. So this is really a placeholder of information and recommendation that is a concern that's been brought forward. And I don't think there's any problem with that. So the issue is we're not, in fact, starting this up this term with people in the chair right now, but it will be reflected upon next term with the new council. So I'll support the motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Oh, mine was about making one other amendment. Did you want me to do that now, or are we going to vote on Councillor James's motion?
No, we're getting a lineup. This is like the meat counter at the supermarket.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So do you want me to go ahead?
No, I don't. Not right now.
Okay.
But Councillor Vavanovich and you both have indicated you wanted to make amendments. So
Yes.
I think there's been lots of conversation. So I'm going to hold other amendments in abeyance and just reiterate that this remuneration for the standing committee chairs, so it's not all chairs, it's the standing committee chairs, of which we have 3, and it is increasing from $7,401 to $12,901. And I will support this because I do work very closely with the chairs, and this is a change that will not happen until the next council is formed, and I do believe that this is warranted. So it's been moved and seconded. I'm gonna ask people to cast ballots using eScribe. Colleagues, that is carried. I'm now going to go to Councillor Pravanovich because you were the next one in line talking about wanting to make an amendment.
Great, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And it had to do with motion number, motion recommendation 1, sub 3. And right now it reads direct staff to include in the 2027 preliminary budget those 2 positions. And I'm proposing that the wording be changed to refer for inclusion in the 2027 preliminary budget, those 2. So in other words, there would have to be discussion and specific direction from the next council to actually look at including those in the budget, and they would have the benefit of considering that in the context of all of the other work that our senior management team, the many hundreds of hours that they need to put in the overall budget for the organization.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Moved by Councillor Gowing, or seconded by Councillor Gowing. Councillor Gowing, do you want to speak to this? Okay. So I have a list of speakers. This is on this amendment. Councillor Leggett, do you want to speak to this?
No, I had wanted to still speak to the last one. That's okay.
Sorry. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Redmond and Councillor Vanovic. My concern about leaving this to the next council's discretion is that when you are a new councillor, it's hard to know the amount of work and support you will need. I feel like this comes from a much more educated position as a third-year councillor currently in the role, knowing the work that is involved. And I also feel as though the mayors might view this differently, given that they also have their own support teams. I think the secondary role would be specifically supporting those who are not mayors, and I think that's important to remember. And for that reason, I won't support the amendment. Thanks.
Councillor McCabe, are you still waiting to put your amendment forward, or do you want to speak to this one?
Well, I am, but I want to speak to this one as well because I guess it's related, but I just, I don't see, my question with this including 3B, the additional specialist analyst FTE in the office of the regional chair, I don't actually see the logic of including that at this time because we know the province is going to, introduce legislation to appoint a chair. So if that's that is the direction, unless something significant changes in the next few weeks. I mean, it's unfortunate direction, I think, but that is the direction they're going. So I would question why we would need to include that FTE. So that was going to be my amendment. So I guess I'll request an amendment to the amendment on the floor to say, to remove that entirely. I don't know how that works because I just if we vote on this and both those positions are included to be referred for discussion later, then my amendment isn't going to be needed. I just don't see, like I said, I don't see the purpose of including that second position.
Okay.
The province can pay for their own support for whoever they're going to appoint.
So you've made your point, but you can't make your amendment right now because we have one on the floor that's been moved and seconded. But
I can't amend his amendment.
Point of order. I would suggest, from a process point of view, Chair, that my understanding of Robert's rules is she can amend the amendment.
I'd look to the clerk for that, but that's what I'm proposing to do.
So you're proposing, what is your amendment, Councillor McCabe?
That we remove it's item 3B. From the referral.
Sorry. She's saying, okay. Is there somebody that's going to second this amendment? Councillor Gowing? So we now have an amendment on the motion, which has already been amended. So, Councillor Leggett.
Can I raise a point of order? I've got some confusion on what we're doing here. We have an amendment by Councillor Vrvanovich, right?
That I'm amending.
So in plain language.
Let me ask the question first. So that's on the floor, and it's to refer?
It's to refer these two positions to the 2027 budget, and subsequent to that, Councillor McCabe has actually amended that amendment to remove item B from that list. So if her amendment were to pass, then only Part A would actually be referred to the 2027
So
budget.
I understand what we're doing. Thank you.
It's one of the reasons why I wasn't going to allow the amendment to be amended. But if we're all on the same page, Councillor Leggett.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. So what do we do if the province comes along, gets rid of regional council, as they have done in other areas, and we just added another person to regional council members? What happens if there is no longer a regional council, it's just the mayors who sit on regional council? We would then have 2 staff people?
So it's been made very clear that, as far as I know, is not in the legislation. So if you're worried about uncertainty, it probably would be prudent to support both amendments. But I would have to tell you that there has been no conversation about the configuration of this council being changed through legislation from the province, other than the appointment of my position.
Other than the fact that Minister Flack has been heard to state that he is expecting that the next council come forward with potential changes to the configuration of the council as it exists today in other regions, and that would make a difference here if that happens. Not knowing the timing of that and how soon into the next term that would be expected. How could this be changed after the fact? Like, let's say,
Councillor
within that
Leggett,
first few months or the first year, that there's an expectation of the province that we sit around and make those changes. Do we just say to this person, you are out of a job?
So Councillor Leggett, I would tell you that this is very much veering into the realm of speculation. It's not what we're about right now. So I would suggest that anyone that shares a concern about the configuration, both of staff and of regional council after the next election, should probably support both these amendments, or you can vote against all of this. But we need to move forward because it's a circular conversation that really doesn't have any clarity at this point in time. So I'm going to go on to Councillor James, and then I'm going to call.
Hang on, just 1 second.
Yep.
It's not speculation. It's an actual question. So if somebody can't answer my question, that's fine, then just say so, but it's not speculation. I don't mind doing the voting on the amendment, but it's certainly not speculation. It was a legitimate question. Thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I can support both amendments. I do believe that with the appointed regional chair coming in, they can, an analyst, a specialist, that can be determined at that point in time. I do want to speak to the first one, item A, in regards to the regional council members and support there. I think that is it is a necessary position, as long as not to say there's speculation, but if things are status quo with the remainder of how council dynamic is made up, I think that there are additional supports that are required. I do believe we are probably one of the only municipalities that only has one support person for 15 members of council, and I recognize the mayors have additional staff, sometimes multiple additional staff, but with 8 directly elected, there's a lot of work and a lot of growth in that job since I was in that. So I support the additional FTE and would support the amendments for B as per Councillor McCabe.
So the first vote, colleagues, is going to be Councillor McCabe's amendment, which is to delete point B, the additional specialist and analyst FTE in the office of the regional chair. So please use your icons to vote.
Which one is now? Sorry.
This is just to remove the FTE for the regional chair's office. Councillor Foxton? So colleagues, that is carried. So now we're voting on the deferring the, just waiting for clerks to put it up. So now it is to refer for, not to refer for inclusion, to defer this decision to the next council. And this is for additional staff for clerks is catching up, so hang on a minute.
I don't know what's on the screen.
We're okay to vote?
It's taken so long.
Colleagues, that is lost. The clerk is going to clarify.
So, Council, what's happened now, there was an amendment to the amendment, right? So Councillor Vranovic put forward an amendment. Councillor McCabe amended that amendment. The amendment was successfully amended. However, the amendment 1, has been defeated. So B it continues to be in the main motion. So if perhaps Councillor McCabe would like to move an amendment to remove B at this point, that would be appropriate. But effectively, the motion still reads that staff are being directed to include in the budget both positions, as opposed to refer it to the budget, it's being included in the budget, is what it currently reads.
So, Councillor McCabe, did you want to put your amendment forward again?
I will, yes, I will make the amendment to remove the, I forget what the specialist FTE in the office of the chair. I'd just also like to note that if this change, like in terms of appointing a chair, if that wasn't being made, I would absolutely support this position. But in light of the direction the province is moving, I think it's not really prudent to add a person when, if the province is going to appoint someone, they should appoint support for that person as well.
Councillor Gowing, do you want to second it? Okay. Do you want to speak to it? Okay, so we are now amending the main motion. Councillor Vanovich, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, so I supported it last time. I will support it again. I mean, at the end of the day, to be frank, none of these matter because the next council will do what they want to do, and they'll set the budget. And if the legislation, as has been indicated, is proposed and there are strong chair powers, presumably that means that it will apply to budget anyway, and it will become the budget of whoever the next chair is.
I just want to underscore the comments that were made by Councillor Hunick about the fact that if there are new members, and we have 2 relatively new members, although you've seasoned very quickly, that you don't know what you're getting into and you don't know what the demands are. And I would ask council members that were elected in 2022, I guess it was, that we actually had a colleague that hired 2 staff at their own expense in order to deal with the amount of work that was required by somebody who sees this as a part-time job but had a full-time day job as well. So I think this additional staff is very much warranted in order to make sure that council members can be as effective as they want to be. Councillor Craig, did you want to make a comment?
Well, just a question on procedure. We have defeated this originally, and now it's being brought up again. And procedurally, I'm asking if this is proper.
So through you, Chair, yes, Councillor Craig, I believe it's entirely proper because what occurred was an amendment to the amendment. So we had a secondary amendment that passed. So Councillor Vrbanovic's primary amendment was then defeated. Now we're dealing with a new primary amendment that was this.
All right. I don't agree with you, but I'll accept it.
Okay, and I guess it's also underscores, I should have stuck to my original thought was that we don't amend amendments because just because we can do them by Robert's Rules of Order doesn't mean we should because it's incredibly confusing. Councilor Vanovich, do you want to speak again or is that legacy? Okay. So I'm going to, so we are now dealing with the main motion with one amendment, which is to take out the additional specialist. So I would ask everybody to use their e-scribe to vote on this. Colleagues, that is carried. So we are now on to other matters. Oh, now we have to vote on the main motion. It has been moved and seconded, and we won't skip over the vote. Please use e-scribe to vote. Councillor Foxton, can you vote? Councillor Foxton, do you want to give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down?
So I want to make sure that everybody's aware of the motion. It says that maintain the current practice of annual adjustments to the base compensation for the regional chair, regional councilors, and regional standing committee chairs effective January 1st of each year. Is that what we're saying? That the standing committees are not going to get an increase? Because that's what the motion says.
There is now an additional number 4 because Councillor James's amendment was carried. So it's as amended.
Sorry.
So this has to be changed then. Is that correct?
Sorry.
Councillor Vanovich?
Yeah, to be clear, I thought we were dealing with sub 3 as amended, not with the full motion.
So through the chair, part 3 was amended to remove the analyst. Then the vote was on the main motion as amended. So the analyst is out, and Councillor James's amendment is added as number 4.
I don't understand. Okay, number 4. Oh, so should you remove the statement about on point 1, remove standing committee chairs, take out that? Because it said maintain the current practice of annual adjustments to the base compensation for regional chair, regional councilors, and regional standing committee chairs, which we voted out. Should that be removed?
So Councillor Foxton, that's in relation to the cost of living adjustment.
Okay. Can I ask that we deal with each section separately then, just so that everyone has clarity? Because I'm prepared to support part 1 as it's presented. I'm not prepared to support some of the later things.
So colleagues, we're in the middle of a vote, and I'm going to tell you that I think people have expressed, so Councilor Pravanovich, is it because you would like to vote against one of the amendments that was passed, but you don't want to vote against the entire motion?
That is correct. I'd like to vote against 3 and 4, but I'm fine with 1 and 2.
So colleagues, if I'm in your hands, but I'm going to suggest we cancel this vote, and we will take it one section at a time. So if everybody's agreeable to that, that's what we'll do for clarity. Give clerks a minute to separate everything. So colleagues, we're now voting on number 1, which is maintain the current practice of annual adjustments to the base compensation for the regional chair, regional councillor, and regional standing committee chair, effective January the 1st each year. A, by the average of the annual changes in all items consumer price index for Ontario for the previous year, not to exceed 3%. And in the years when council has approved a freeze or austerity salary budget increase for the regional municipality non-union staff, such council-approved freeze or austerity increase shall extend to the approved increase to regional council. So all of this has been moved and seconded, so please cast your ballot with eScribe. Colleagues, that is carried. We're now voting on the second point, which is maintain components of total remuneration, including insured benefits and pension treatment. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. We're now voting on direct staff to include in the 2027 preliminary budget one additional individual one additional individual contributor FTE to provide direct support to regional council members. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. And there is a fourth bullet point. And the remuneration for the Regional Standing Committee chairs be increased from the current $7,401 to $12,901 annually, represented as an approximate increase of $5,500 or 89% for the 2026-2030 term of office.
Madam Chair, did you mean to say 2026? Okay, it is the election in 2026, okay.
Colleagues, that is carried. Now we can go to other matters under the Committee of the Whole. We need a motion for the Committee of the Whole to rise and Council to resume. Moved by Councillor Rodriguez, second by Councillor Erb. Please use your e-scribe. Or do I have unanimous consent to the Committee of the Whole rise and Council resume? I'm seeing no objections, so that is unanimously carried. I now need a motion to adopt the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Ravanovich, seconded by Councillor Schatz. Do we have unanimous consent to adopt the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole? I see no objections, so that is unanimously carried. Motions where notice has been provided. Councillor Gowing, you have a motion. Would you like, do you have a seconder?
I do. I have Councillor James.
Councillor James, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. So at a high level, it's about whether the region, this is about whether the region has the right tools to respond to the housing pressures we are facing today and the ones that we know are still to grow. Housing is no longer just one issue among many. It is connected to chronic homelessness, pressures on emergency shelter systems, affordability, community stability, public health, and long-term financial planning. And what has become increasingly clear to me is that we are asking our current system to carry more and more weight while using the same structure we have always used. That is what led me to start looking at this more seriously. During our budget discussions, There were times where I felt like we were being asked to choose between things that should not be competing with each other, whether we invest in housing or whether we pave a road, whether we respond to homelessness or whether we move ahead on other infrastructure priorities. In my view, that should not be a choice. There are essential responsibilities. And when it starts to feel like we're in the direction of competition, I think that is a sign that we need to ask whether the structure itself is working the way it needs to be. Because behind this issue is real people. People who are staying in shelters longer than they should be, people who are working hard and still cannot find stable housing they can afford, people who need support and stability, but instead of are cycling through the system that were never meant to be permanent solutions. And that pressure shows up everywhere. It shows up in shelters, it shows up in emergency systems, it shows up in healthcare pressures, it shows up in our budgets, and it shows up in the lives of residents who are looking for us for leadership. That is why I believe this motion matters. It does not create a corporation today. It does not commit us to a final structure. It does not ask council to approve a blank check. What it does ask is staff to come back with a clear, informed, and locally grounded review of whether a municipal housing corporation could be a useful tool for the Waterloo region. And if so, it could work here. And if so, how could it work here? What the risks are, what the governance would look like, and what the financial implications would be. I think that this is a reasonable and responsible step. We already do housing, and we do it important work. This motion is not to replace that work. It is not to criticize the work that staff are already doing. It is about asking whether we need additional tool to help us do more, particularly when it comes to supportive housing, affordable housing, and long-term housing stability. I have also spent time looking into how other jurisdictions are approaching this and speaking with staff as part of the work. The lesson I take from this is not that we should copy another municipality line for line. The lesson is that communities making progress are willing to look honestly and whether they have the right tools for the challenge in front of them. I believe the Waterloo region should do the same because the cost of doing nothing is not nothing. If we do not create better pathways into supportive and affordable housing, the pressure does not disappear. It simply moves somewhere else, into shelters, into crisis systems, into healthcare pressures, into community strain, and into rising costs across the system. So for me, this motion is about asking a basic but important question. Do we have the right structure to deliver the kind of housing outcomes this region now needs? If the answer is yes, staff can tell us that. If the answer is no, then we should start to understand a better structure could look like. Either way, council will be a stronger position because we will be making decisions based on the full review, not assumptions. This is a measured next step. It reflects the work that has already been done, the conversations that we have already had taken, and that the need is seriously considered whether a housing delivery tool could help the region move forward more effectively. I believe this is a necessary step.
Councillor James, do you want to make some comments as a seconder?
Yeah, just or comments and questions. So thank you, Councillor Gowing, for bringing this forward and, trying to address, how we are navigating this, our housing challenges. I do have a question because I know the region had the Region of Waterloo Community Housing Incorporated, ROCI, many years ago. And so I'm just wondering if staff, be it Commissioner Sweeney or Fiona, Ms. McCrae, if that still exists. I don't want us to recreate the wheel if there's something already there. So can you speak to ROCI and that governance body that existed and if it still currently exists?
Commissioner Sweeney?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Councillor James, you've got a good memory. Thank you for the question. ROCI was a Region of Waterloo Community Housing Incorporation that was set up, predates my time here. It was set up so that we could essentially take over two existing buildings from nonprofit co-op boards that were basically walking away. The province at the time did not allow us, and still don't, to pull those directly into our WRH stock. So we had to set this up, do a bit of a rehab with those buildings, and then move them over to WRH. So when that happened, we made a decision to shell that corporation. So it still exists. I think we'd have to do some work with legal and finance to see about the ramifications. It would not, as it's currently constituted, be considered a housing corp, like I believe that Councillor Gowing is suggesting that we look at, but it may potentially benefit by already having a corporate structure. So it would be something that we would look at.
Councillor James?
And just Commissioner McCrae, great. If you just want to speak from a legal perspective, it's still a legal entity. Just confirm that.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Redmond. Yes, the Region of Waterloo Community Housing, Inc. is still an active corporation. It doesn't have any assets at the moment. The properties that it assumed responsibility for once the mortgages were paid were transferred to the region for being dealt with uniformly under the one administration and helping to reduce some of the costs.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Councillor Gowing, your motion spurred two questions for me. I think your motion indicated that this has been done by municipalities across Ontario and across Canada. The only housing corp that I'm aware of in Canada is the one in Whistler. So I'm wondering if you can speak to Ontario housing corporations for us. And I'm also wondering if you can speak to, is there evidence that those municipalities with a housing corp are actually building housing faster and more affordably for residents?
Yeah, so the research that I've done, Halton, the regional municipality of Halton has a housing corporation. They are really the only one in the space of supportive housing that is really working well. Ottawa has it, Toronto has it, London has it. So it is across Ontario. It is also into the United States. That's as far as my research has gone, as well as into the States to see what different structures look like. But yes, they are building. I don't know. I don't have those numbers exactly, but I know they are building.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Chair Redmond?
You may.
What is the deadline for this, inquiry, investigation, and is it suitable for staff?
I believe Councillor Rodriguez has amendment to put in a timeline on this.
Oh, cool. Okay, I'll wait to see what that is. Thanks.
So I'm going to go to Councillor Leggett next.
Thank you. Question for Councillor Gowing. When I look at the last whereas and it says leverage external funding, knowing there's not enough external funding to do what we do now, let alone something like this, and support long-term financial sustainability, what does that look like to you? Because I think this is great. I've been wondering for years why we're not doing this, but are we going into this exercise, getting staff to do all this, but in the end, there's no money to do it. So if we're going to do it, we need to do it well, but we absolutely need the funding or we won't be able to do it. So what have you come up with?
Yeah, so I know that, and that's what this is going to be looking for staff to bring the report back on what that looks like. But I know that housing corporations can tie into additional funding resources that the municipalities cannot. I know that there's some lending through banks and whatnot that they can tie into that, again, municipalities cannot do. So this will leverage those funding supports. That's the external side. CMHC funding, I know that we can tap into that a little bit, but there's a little bit more difference when it comes to a corporation as opposed to municipality.
Just to follow up, please.
Go ahead.
Councillor Gowing, when you say there's funding from the banks, is that like a temporary type thing? How long has it been going on for? Is there a chance that they would remove that kind of funding after you've got it in place and we've got such a corporation going? Have you thought about that?
Yeah, so that's it's long-term funding, so it's equivalent to a mortgage.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I want to thank Councillor Gowing for bringing this forward, especially on the heels of our decision tonight around the Moorgate development. I think anything that we can do to perhaps alleviate the pressure on our debt and find new ways to finance some of these, I think is super important right now. A question for staff and specifically, so we have our housing folks and we also have our Build Waterloo region folks that manage our land side of things. And do you have any early indications of if you'll be part of these discussions and if this is something that there is an opportunity that could be leveraged through a municipal development corporation? I know it's very early, but just curious if there's any thinking on how our sort of the land and the housing work together.
Commissioner Sweeney?
I'll start and see if Rod wants to jump in. I mean, I'd say at this point, if council chooses to provide us with this direction, I think clearly one of the conversations we would have and continue to have is with our colleagues at Build Waterloo. I mean, we work very closely together as it is now, so that to me notionally would be part of this as well.
Commissioner Regeer?
Yeah, through you, Chair Redmond. Yeah, the Build Waterloo Region team is already working to mobilize all the regional land assets that are appropriate for residential development in partnership with development partners from the private sector. So I'd say that direction is being that we received from council is already being acted on, and we'll continue to do that either within the context of another organization or within the current arrangement.
No, that's great to hear. Yeah, I think I just want to make sure that wherever we land, it's, obviously it'll be arm's length, but that we don't kind of lose sight of that organization and we work together. Chair, I have an amendment as noted. It's coming up on the screen here. First is just to replace council with community and health services. I think it's important this comes to committee first for discussion, and staff confirmed that they're comfortable with by Q2 2027. So this is a next term matter to be dealt with. And again, given the high relevance of today's discussion around Moorgate and recent postponement of other projects, I've just added to number 2, following an initial focus on supportive housing, I've just added and Waterloo Region Housing Revitalization Plan priority projects to see if there's anything that we can do to help get those projects going in a good way.
Do you have a seconder? Yeah. Councillor Hunick? Okay. Councillor Hunick, do you want to speak to it as you seconded it?
I like the things put forward in the amendment. I think they'll be good for us.
Do we have unanimous consent on the amendment? Councillor James?
I just have a quick question, and it's regarding the ROCI that exists now. And I'm just wondering, and I don't have the motion up on there again, but is there any way that can be looked at as a way and reestablishing that in this as opposed to the feasibility? So it says, establishing a municipal housing corporation for the region. Well, essentially, we already have something that exists. Is there any way that that could be done instead of us creating a whole new one and looking at what exists? I don't want to add layers to it, but I don't want to reinvent the wheel here if there's something that needs to be updated and as opposed to creating something new.
Councillor Sweeney. Councillor, how about Commissioner?
I'm not running. Yeah, I mean, I think the direction, we're in council's hands if they want to add it to the motion, but certainly even without it, it's something that we would consider, given the fact that we already have some corporate structure that could be helpful.
Councillor James?
So I don't want to make this more complicated, but instead of establishing, can we, and I'm leaning to Councilor Rodriguez with this, is to look at the community housing incorporation that exists now to see where it can be updated by Q 2027. The report back. So we've a fulsome outlook there.
I don't know if it would lean on me. I think.
Or council.
I'd put it on to Councillor Gowing as the mover of the main motion, because I think it does stray from what Councillor Gowing is saying, and I think staff have been pretty clear that it's part of the conversation and should just form part of whatever comes back. If we need to fold that, if it's evolving Rokai into something else, then that's the recommendation. If it's not, if it's to leave it, then leave it. I don't know.
Councillor Gowing.
Yeah, I think that's kind of, to me, that would be implied when it says establishing a municipal housing corporation. I think that's more of establishing the structure. If we already have a corporation that we can tap into without having to go through all the legal rigmarole to reestablish one when we already have one, I think it's more we would tap into that and see if we can change that structure depending on, because it depends on how it's registered as well. I'm assuming, Fiona, maybe you can tap into that for the legal side. If the structure doesn't fit what we're looking for, we might need to open a new one or establish a new corporation.
Fiona, do you want to weigh in?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Yes, I think it should, and I understood your motion that it would include the existing corporation, which is a business corporation. It's not a nonprofit corporation. There's also the Housing Development Act, which is another piece of provincial legislation that appears to have a different form of housing corporation that could be looked at as well as part of the work on this motion.
Okay, so the amendment from Councillor Rodriguez has been moved and seconded. Are there any objections to that? Do we have unanimous consent for that amendment? If not, we can vote.
Can you read the amendment?
I'm happy to read it, Chair.
So this amendment that, and we can easily vote on it if our people are more comfortable, staff be directed to report back to Community and Health Services Committee by Q2 2027 on the feasibility and potential role of establishing a municipal housing corporation for the region. In point 2, that the review consider how such a corporation could support a phased approach to housing delivery, including an initial focus on supportive housing and Waterloo Regional Housing Revitalization Plan priority projects and broader opportunities for affordable and mixed income housing over time. Is there anyone who wants to speak to the amendment? Okay.
Just to say that I don't agree with it. Like, I have questions about the entire motion, so I'm going to vote no to this amendment because unless I hear otherwise, I'm probably going to vote no to the overall amendment.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe. So we don't have unanimous consent. We will be voting on this. Councillor Vanovic, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, well, thank you very much. And I do just want to ask a couple of questions, if I may, before I make my comments. So, Councillor Gowing, just to be clear, in terms of the overall motion and the amendments that are before us, this is really, number one, investigative to explore pathways to do it. And I presume part of what you're thinking and looking at in this is the creation of potentially a skill-based board that could actually have oversight over our entire housing inventory, help guide both acquisitions, guide, repair schedules and all that kind of thing, and maybe be able to do it in a way that's somewhat arm's length from government in order to maybe get better tenders and all those kinds of things. Because we all know that government tenders typically come in higher than private sector tenders. Is that what the thinking is behind this?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So in that regard, then I can support the amendment and the main motion. I guess my only concern in doing so, and from a timing perspective, and I would ask Mr. Sweeney to comment, is the timeline to look at this in light of everything else that's on the table a reasonable timeline, or do you need additional work? Or not additional, you don't need additional work, additional time, sorry. It's late.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, with the amendment, the Q2 2027 is a reasonable approach given everything else we have in our 2026 work plan. So we can work with that.
Okay, thank you very much. I will support both.
Okay, I'm going to go through the list. Councillor Shantz, did you want to speak to the amendment?
No, I don't think I need to speak. I had a number of questions, but I realize that this is actually a report that will answer all those questions, so I support it.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question, probably to Mr. Steffler, based on a comment that Councillor Gowing made. So on borrowing, I think Councillor Gowing said that we would have a better opportunity for borrowing as a corporation as opposed to a municipality. And so I'm wondering, so we have a triple credit rating. Does that, are there other ways that we could leverage and get more money if we had a corporation as opposed to the municipality?
So through the chair, you're correct. The AAA credit rating and the rate at borrowing we can do is pretty hard to beat. It would depend on the nature of the corporation, what type of security it has. But if it's our corporation, it's really our debt. It would be secured through our credit rating, so I couldn't see a difference there in terms of different getting better debt costs than what we get now.
Mm-hmm. So we all want more affordable housing built. There's no question. And I'm tentatively supportive of this. But I want to remind Council that in 21, we supported Building Better Futures with the goal of building 500 affordable units a year, and 2,500 in 5 years. And in 5 years, we've surpassed that. So we're not doing bad as a region. We've built 270 some odd more affordable units in the last 5 years using the resources we have and the leadership that staff gives us to this. So I hope we're not trying to reinvent something that we're doing well now, and that Waterloo Housing, I think, is successful, and I am concerned that we're creating more work for staff. I see that we're doing this in the second quarter now of 27, which is a little bit better. But I still have concerns that we're not realizing the good that we have done in the last 5 years, and the goal that we've established of 3,500 more homes by 2030. So let's keep that in mind, the track record that staff have established for us.
Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll support the motion initially to see where it's going. I have no problem with that. I think my question, and if I'm not understanding this correctly, we're setting up a corporation. What control do we have over that corporation, and can we give that corporation responsibilities that are due mainly to a regional council to process? That's my concern. Is it legal? I'm sorry.
Commissioner
I'm looking
Craig?
in one direction here.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So the existing Region of Waterloo Community Housing Incorporated Corporation, the Region of Waterloo owns all the shares. so it has ultimate control of the corporation, and the board of directors typically has been made up of senior staff.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. I guess I'm just struggling with the why this is would be necessary, because I mean, Commissioner Steffler just said that the region has a AAA rating and it would be hard to beat the interest rate and the terms that we would get. As Councillor Erb just reminded us, we have Building Better Futures that has done a really good job of building, exceeding the target that was set by previous council. We have numerous nonprofits in our community that already build housing, many of whom we partner with either at the city level or at the regional level, and including through organizations like Build Now. You know, the private sector is working with our nonprofit sector as well. And so I don't understand why we would need this type of an additional corporation. I haven't heard, unless you want to take another stab at it, Councillor Gowling, I haven't heard why something like this would actually be needed or necessary or better than what's happening, what we do right now. And yeah, so I mean, I haven't heard any compelling reason to support this. And sure, maybe we can get a report. You could support it and get a report back that staff will have to spend lots of time doing research and investigating all this kind of stuff. I'm not willing to send staff off. They've got more than enough work to do right now. I'm not prepared at this time to, given the many, many other issues they're dealing with, some of which we spoke about earlier today, to spend their valuable time doing this kind of research when I don't know what the why behind it is. I have not heard a compelling reason. So I'm not prepared to support this and to have staff do this kind of work. So if you'd like to take a stab at explaining it, that would be helpful. But as I said, I haven't heard, between what staff responses have been, what Commissioner McRae said, we already have an existing corporation that actually one of my questions is, if we have an existing corporation and we used to do it, why did we wind it down and just keep it as a shell corporation? Why are we not using it anymore? So sorry, it's getting late, but so I'm wondering why we had a corporation that we're not using anymore, and then instead went in this other direction, which is really successful. And I just don't understand why we would set up our own corporation when we have lots and lots of nonprofits in the community that do the exact same thing.
So Commissioner Sweeney is going to give us the history of our shell corporation, and then I will go to Councillor Gowing.
Okay, yeah, very quickly. So we had two nonprofit co-ops that were struggling, and the boards indicated to the housing service manager, which is the region, that they were walking away. And so we petitioned the province to take those over. We are, through legislation, we're not allowed to bring those directly into our municipal corporation. So the housing corporation was established for that, for the reason that we weren't permitted legislatively to be able to bring them in, and because they held mortgages, which we were not allowed to hold. So we had to stabilize those buildings, have those mortgages paid down, and then we made the decision to pull them into to WRH. That was going back about 2 or 3 years ago. So that was the reason why it existed. And then we made a decision to just keep it as a shell corp for now, just in case something came along. And that's where we are today.
Can I just a follow up to that answer then, Chair?
Sure, and then we're going to go to Councillor Gowing.
Sure. So then, thanks for that explanation. So then presumably bringing, when they mortgages, like what you just explained, pulling them into the region made more sense than maintaining them in the housing corporation and running them through that. That was your recommendation at the time?
Yes, correct. That was the recommendation. It was deemed the most efficient way to manage these particular assets, rather than continuously going through an audit process at that time.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Gowing, and then we're going to call the question.
Thanks, Chair. So one of the things that the questions were posed as to the debt side of things. So I'm just going to read it quickly. If the region creates a municipal housing corporation, the municipal housing corporation would usually be incorporated as a separate corporation under Ontario corporate law. Ontario's regulations on municipal business corporations says the municipality may incorporate one or more corporations under this act. Following that, once that happens, the municipal housing corporation is a separate person from the region. So the debts will come off of our books, and we will be able to, they will be able to hold that debt. We just postponed Moorgate today because we don't have the debt capacity to take it. This will alleviate that and put it onto the corporation from the region itself. That is the why that this is important to do, because again, we are asking ourselves to pave roads. We're using the same debts, pave roads, build infrastructure, and whatnot, and then try to build housing on top of that. It's taking that debt load, putting it onto the corporation so the region can do its own business and continue to build what we need to build and focus on that.
Okay, Councillor Gowing. Wayne, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, so the thing you need to consider when we think about this is if we would create this corporation, who would loan money to that corporation if it has no assets? It wouldn't have no assets. So we would have to back that debt. That would be what would be required to get debt. We'd have to guarantee it. So in essence, it would still be our debt. It would still be part of our debt capacity.
So I don't want to get into debate. It's been a long night. We've had lots of discussion. For a lot of the rationale that people have brought forward, I won't be supporting either the amendment or the main motion, because I do remember going to many different large gatherings, lots through AMO, some through Marco, and when I asked who is the best practice, they turned to us and said we were. And I'm not pretending we're perfect, and I'm not going to assert that there aren't times when you have competing needs and you have to make a choice. That is part of the burden of being an elected office. So I'm going to call the question. This is an amendment. Is everybody clear on what we're voting on now? Okay, so we're voting on the amendment, which says moved and seconded, so please use your icons to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. We will now vote on the amended main motion. Again, it's been moved and seconded. Use your icons to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. The next notice of motion is from Councillor James. And Councillor James, I believe you're going to have to request a waive of notice of motion. Is there somebody willing to put forward a motion to waive notice of motion to consider this? Moved by Councillor Gowing, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Do we have unanimous consent to waive notice of motion to consider this notice of motion? I'm seeing no objections. So, Councillor James, do you have somebody who will second this motion?
Councillor Wolf.
Okay, it's seconded by Councillor Wolf. Would you like to go ahead and talk about your motion?
Yeah, thank you. So we kind of got into it a little bit with some of my colleagues around the table, but I'm bringing forward this motion to address a structural barrier to participation in municipal governance. It's not a new issue. It's been well documented. There's been reports federally, provincially, around impacts and barriers to participation. So I just want to frame this a bit because I know there's some different things that can go around. So the role of an elected official requires attendance at meetings that often fall outside of standing work hours. So we're not talking 9 to 5, as we all know. Sometimes they can go later, evenings, sometimes weekends. So for those with caregiving responsibilities, whether for children, elders, or family members with disabilities, this creates a barrier. And I can speak through my own lived experience and people that I've spoken to and colleagues as well. Typically, care ends at about 6 p.m. and then after that, there's additional charges. But what I recognized is that there is a gap in how elected officials are respected when it comes to childcare. So, traditional employees, elected officials, we're not covered by, the same Ontario job protected leave frameworks that employees traditional employees often fall under. There's no standardized legislative support in Ontario for caregiving, for leave for elected officials, no mechanisms that recognize caregiving interruptions as protected status in office. There is a significant gap in our Municipal Act and within our Ontario legislative policies. We've actually seen people leave office as a result of not being able to balance the child care, the extended care that's required. And that's often personally absorbed financially and invisibly. So what this motion does, it's not to create an allowance, that is not what I'm asking for, or to increase compensation. It's about a remuneration model that's covering actual reasonable expenses incurred while performing official duties. This is a cost recovery approach aligned with how we already treat other legitimate expenses tied to this role. So other municipalities, as in the motion, have done this. We've seen City of Sarnia in Alberta, Banff, and Okotoks. So there is an emerging practice around this, and I think, again, the role has changed. The role is not what it was, and there are people, I consider myself a sandwich generation where, I have a younger child, but I also have aging parents. And with that comes additional responsibilities that, not everybody that is going to apply to be in this role is able to financially afford. And I think at the very least, looking into establishing some sort of reimbursement for that. And I can tell you, I'll speak to my own lived experience, having gone on a conference to delegate to MPPs, and there was nobody to look after my child, and I had to bring her with me. But I had a meeting to go to. And as a result, I wasn't going to bring her to that meeting. I had to hire care for her to come in and watch. And I didn't ask to be reimbursed. It's not the case, but I recognize that that's a barrier for many people. I also notice as well that there are times when people will say you can bring your child or bring, the person that's dependent to a meeting and there's caregiving. The realities are this role is not safe all the time. And to bring a child into a space like that is not, it's not safe. And you have to think about additional barriers to that or additional ways to support that. So I'm putting this forward for council for consideration. I did speak to the consultants about this and a number of other things. And unfortunately, it never made it through. And maybe because I was the only one who mentioned it. So it got minimized, but this is something that comes up all the time. And as we age and as parents age and elders age, I think it's something we need to be mindful of in this role and for those who are going to seek office going forward, because times change and things change and circumstances change. And having a little bit of that accommodation for a role that is not recognized as a regular employee under labor within this province is something that I think, we could take the lead on here, as well as the other municipalities that have done that. I also think as well that maternity leave is out of this as well. But, I'm thinking about those small little systemic barriers that we can address right now. And this is, I think, one of them, especially for the next term of office. And when I see people are saying run for office, and there's a lot of women, there's a lot of, parents and caregivers, this is something that I think we could easily do right now in supporting this. So I'll leave it there and look forward to the debate.
Councillor Wolf, do you want to make some comments as a seconder?
Brief ones. Through Madam Chair, I strongly support this motion. I think everything we can do to break down barriers and encourage people to run for office is important. And lack of childcare or elder care is a reality for many of us. And I think that if we would provide some funding for those times that are, beyond the normal duty of a counselor, it would be important to provide. And just the fact that, to be a leader in this area, would be good for the region. I think, the more we can, as I said, the more we can do to encourage people to run, the better it will be.
Thank you. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Councillor James, thank you for bringing this forward. I want to note that if child care reimbursement is something that you need or others in your position would need to fulfill their duties of office, I think it's incumbent upon this council to support you. That being said, my concern related to this motion is that there are literally thousands of parents and families in our region waiting for childcare subsidy in our region through ELCC. This motion would effectively bypass that and only privileges the 16 of us. And there are people throughout our region that make even less than we do, because I'm not here to advocate that the regional councillor's salary is overly high. I don't think that's the case, but there are people in this region who make even less than we do and yet struggle to pay for childcare. If you work as a paramedic or a police officer or a doctor or a factory worker or anyone else in shift work, you're working after hours, and in most positions, those reimbursements don't exist. So in this situation, I think it would really need to be on a case-by-case basis and a proof of need. I also would note that I applaud our council for making accommodation for folks, including joining meetings virtually, and our community involvement after hours is indeed optional. So for that reason, I don't think it is equitable or fair to expect regional taxpayers who may or may not make the same amount of money that we do to subsidize our child care or elder care needs. Thanks.
Councillor Vanovic.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Councillor James for bringing this forward, because I think it is a very legitimate issue and concern, a concern for those who have young children as well as those who are caregivers, perhaps for adult children or for parents and so on. I certainly had my own share of things that I needed to work through in the last 3.5 years that my mom was around. Having said all that, I guess where I struggle with this a little bit, and I appreciate hearing from Councillor James that she tried to bring this forward through the consultant, but it wasn't dealt with, and we heard tonight from the clerk why that was, and perhaps that needed to have more clarity from this council in terms of the process of what got looked at in a review. I guess I acknowledge some of the things that Councillor Hunick has raised, trying to find that balance between what's appropriate and best practice for a council or board like us, but also recognizing some of the challenges that, quite frankly, the staff in this room might experience, some of the challenges that other workers at the region might experience, and others in the community, and trying to find that balance. And I also think it does belong to needing a recommendation from, again, either a citizens committee or a consultant as part of the overall remuneration that's looked at from a policy point of view. I know that we did a lot of work at the city a number of years ago when former Councillor Galloway Seelock had her 3 boys, and we worked to get the legislation changed because in the province of Ontario, it did not provide accommodation for a new parent who welcomed a child or even had to take time off, let's say due to a complicated pregnancy, and we were able to get that legislation put in place and protect them so that they weren't subject to, for example, the rule in the legislation that says if you're vacant for, if the position's vacant for, I think it's 3 months, if I remember correctly, that they weren't susceptible to potentially foregoing their role. And so I'm just wondering if actually the proper course of action with this would be to refer it back to the consultant, ask them to look at it and potentially bring back a recommendation in that regard. And I'm wondering if the clerk could comment on that.
Yeah, through the chair, if that's the will of council, we're happy to reach back out to the consultant. I don't know if their expertise would be in this, but we'd be happy to reach out to them if that's the will of council.
So I guess, Councillor James, do you see any concerns with that, referring it back to the consultant? They can do some work on this, look at best practices and bring a recommendation forward. It's not something that's a rush, I don't believe, and can bring back a recommendation.
So I think that's going to cost additional money, and what this is asking for is for staff to look up a policy framework. So I think we can do this internally as opposed to going out to the consultant. And like I said, I spoke with the consultant about this, and it wasn't prioritized then. And I think at this point they've already made their recommendation, and I think this is something within the scope and purview of our clerk's department, especially around policy, and other municipalities have done this, so they wouldn't necessarily be starting from scratch. There is a model out there that can be referenced and report back to us on. Not time dependent. I think in the motion it references 2027. But I think it's something we need to be at the forefront of. This is a reality. And, I also want to comment that it isn't about subsidizing. That's not what this is. It's not about subsidy and getting something for lower, because I will tell you that you pay a significant amount for after hours care that doesn't fall within the purview of subsidy. So, and again, the legislation right now protects employees for this, but it doesn't protect elected officials. There is nothing. So whether that requires, if council passes this today, we do additional advocacy. Potentially when we go to AMO, we can advocate for this, but I know that it's been tried before at the provincial level and nothing was done. So that's where I stand.
So thank you for answering the question. I would have preferred to have seen an openness to refer it. I won't be able to support in its present form then, and think if it doesn't pass, then I would be prepared to move a motion to send it to the consultant to look at.
But you're not moving a referral at this point?
I'm not. I was, like I said, I was hoping Councillor James would be open to that, and she isn't, so I'll respect her motion the way it is, but just won't be able to support it.
Okay, Councillor Craig, and then I'm going to call them.
I'm having difficulty with it also. I look at what I'm hearing in my own community, criticism of our budget at 5%. We heard tonight delegations wanting us to lower DC charges, which in fact is an impact on local community residents. And now they'll look at this in a sense of that the honorarium should cover all these kind of expenses that we may get. And so I'm having a lot of difficulty with this. I understand the sensibility in terms of how it affects certain people, understand all of that, but I'm really tuned in to what I consider to be the anger in the community over the cost of government in general. And I think we have to be very, very careful about everything we're doing, because it's certainly a groundswell in many respects that I'm perceiving in my community of people that are just really tired of any kind of extra expenditures that a government of our type is proposing. So I can't support this. I'll support it going back to be looked at. I agree with that, but not off the top. Thank you.
So we have a motion before us. It's been moved and seconded. It is unamended. I'm going to call the question. Councillor Liggett?
I just want to say this sort of reminds me of the uproar over the last term council when a lifetime benefits was voted in, and that had to be retracted by this term of council. So I am really troubled by this, and as Councillor Craig has said, how this is going to look.
Chair Redmond, this is not about lifetime benefits. If you have a pool of $1,000,
Point of order. Point of order. I had the floor.
You're misinterpreting the motion. This is not about lifetime benefits.
Point
How dare
of
you
order.
say something like that.
Colleagues.
That is not what this is about.
Point of order.
Colleagues, it has been a long meeting. It is getting late. I don't want us shouting over each other, and I understand that there's a motion before us that's been moved and seconded. If you don't like this motion, you know how you can vote. I'm going to ask everybody to use their icons and vote at this point in time. Colleagues, it is defeated. We're going to move on. Unfinished business, we have none. Other business, is there any other business? Councillor Craig.
I just want to bring to council's attention the whole issue around the GO train. Now, we just had a positive announcement, all-day service going to Stratford, and I think that's great for the regional community, but it doesn't help the situation in terms of what is happening with Cambridge residents that don't really have any access to any kind of GO train. So I'm hoping that, not hoping, but asking that we can have an update on the Cambridge situation with regards to GO train, because there has to be a much more positive, I think, emphasis from the regional community that Cambridge residents have been waiting not only for the LRT, but also waiting for a GO train, but we're not hearing anything about it. It's not on anybody's agenda in a sense. And I want to bring that agenda up. I want to heighten it. I'd like to get a report about where we are and how politically we can move ahead in a stronger fashion to see a resolution of GO train service to the city of Cambridge.
Commissioner Getsky, do you want to make a comment?
Through you, Chair, I can make a brief comment just to confirm that we, the Cambridge to Guelph and then interconnection, the GO service that would also, through a connection with Guelph, bring folks to Union was brought up as one of the projects that we put forward to the province as part of the list of projects for the new CPTF federal and provincial funding. So it's on that list. I know the province is looking at that right now. They're examining all of the inputs from communities across Southwest Ontario. So that's where it's at from a process standpoint. I know conversations are still advancing with Metrolinx as well to look at how this could be delivered. Again, these are long-term projects. I think in the business case that was brought to council 2 years ago, the estimate for this project were somewhere around. The order of magnitude was between $500 million and $1 billion, and so that's something that we continue to talk about with the province.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Realizing all of that, I heard the same type of report a number of months ago. So I'm looking for what can we expect? Are we expecting this to be brought to our attention by the province, Metrolinx, within the very near future? Next term, I think we're looking for some sort of definition as a community of what we can expect when nothing is being said.
So I don't know if you're looking for a specific timeline, Councillor Craig, because I think what Commissioner Getzky is saying is we have put these projects forward with a new tranche of money that's coming forward, and we will continue to advocate it. But I don't know that we know when we're going to be successful. Councillor Getzky, or Commissioner?
No, not running either. But through you, Chair, I think we're happy to continue to have that conversation with, I met with the folks from MTO, the Assistant Deputy Minister, 2 weeks ago to ask where that list of projects for CPTF funding was at. They're still processing it. I'm happy to continue that. They have not committed to a specific timeline of when they would bring this back to our attention, but I will continue to have these conversations at staff level, and maybe that's another conversation for potential advocacy this summer at AMO as well.
Well, and I appreciate it. Okay, I'm not underestimating or undermining what you're trying to do or what you've done. I'm really looking more, Madam Chair, to a political level, a more political pressure to be brought on this issue. Because like I said, we're 170,000 people, and we don't have access to these things. And in Cambridge, when I talk to people, they're getting angry about what they're seeing and what they're not hearing. They see a new transit terminal in Kitchener for $130 million. And they're sitting there wondering, where do we get in line? Why are we always in a waiting room? So I'll leave it with you, Madam Chair.
So, Councillor McCabe, I don't know if you have other business. I do want to look at the clock and say that we still have bylaws to pass, but I will go to you. Do you have other business, or is it a question?
It's a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. It's a question of Commissioner Konopka around the reservist policy that the region has, because you may have noticed in the record today there was an article about the reservist policy that the city of Waterloo has, and I apologize for making sort of that comparison, but we've recently in January updated our policy to fully cover reservists, so their OMERs and benefits and their employment are protected, and they're made whole for people who are called up for service. It could be domestically or could be internationally. So I think, I just would ask that you let us know if that's something that the region has in place, or maybe if you could come back to us at a future date to let us know what might be involved in getting to that level, because certainly the service that people who are in Canadian Armed Forces full-time is really valuable, but equally as important are the reservists that serve in our community on a variety of ways. And we know that this is something, unfortunately, that we need to continue to invest in more now with the geopolitical situations than ever. So just would ask that you would take that away and maybe connect with the City of Waterloo's director of, it's late, as director of HR, and maybe report back at the next council meeting on this. Thank you.
Commissioner Konopka.
Thank you, through the chair. So the region does have a policy, but it is very much aligned with the current ESA. So it's basically a job protected leave. Benefits would cease after a certain period. So I did see the article in the record, and that's wonderful for the city. So I can certainly reach out to the HR director there to get more information and bring it back to council to see what would be necessary.
Super. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I am going to now deal with bylaws, and before adjourning, I will go to the two speakers in the queue, but we need a motion to enact first, second, and third readings of the bylaws. Moved by Councillor Vrvanovich, seconded by Councillor Foxton. Please use your icons to vote. I just said I am going to do the bylaws, and I will go back to the queue because I don't want to run out of time to pass the bylaws, looking at we're hard on to close to 11 o'clock. So colleagues, that is carried. I will go back to the queue for speakers, and Councillor Ivanovic, you were next.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks to Councillor McCabe for bringing up the issue about the reservists. That was a policy that we had adopted, geez, I don't know, about 10 or 15 years ago at the city when we were part of the program that the federal government had to raise awareness around reservists and their role in our municipalities. At the time, so it's great to see it continue to grow. In fact, FCM at that time took a national stance on the issue. I did want to follow up on the issue of water, and I indicated to Mr. Brothers that I'd be asking some questions this evening. The one in particular has to do with the whole issue of looking at water conservation, and I know that's something that several of us have raised. And I'm just wondering where that body of work is at, and where our communications around is at. I believe there's been a slight change on our website on that issue. But maybe Mr. Brothers can give us an update, as well as Ms. McDonald, because I do know that at the end of the day, conservation is a good practice 24/7, 365. And we know that it can't hurt our situation, it can only help us. And so I think we just need to get as proactive in encouraging people, you know, around this. And I know I'm getting lots of questions from folks with spring coming around, you know, might we consider a bigger rain barrel program and other things like that. And I also recognize we're almost near 11, so I'd like to move a motion that we go past 11 if we need to, because I think you said somebody else is in the queue as well.
Yeah, there's one other person in the queue. Do we have unanimous consent? Okay, I need a seconder, seconded by Councillor Rodriguez. Do we have unanimous consent to go past 11? I see no objections. Councillor Nowak? No, we do not have unanimous consent.
Okay, well then, I guess let's hear what we can hear in the next 5 minutes.
So we'll put the vote up. It's been moved and seconded that we extend past 11 o'clock, so please use your icon to vote.
I'm a yes, it's not coming up. Oh, there we go. So I'll get my other question on the table right away, Madam Chair, so that the two staff can answer. In addition to Mr. Brothers and Ms. McDonald, I'm wondering, my other question for Mr. Regier, as we heard from a delegation this evening about how we can make sure that we're not losing out on the opportunity that will be available because of the DC changes and so on. And there was a request for a report to come back on that. I'm wondering if he can comment on, I think we owe the delegation a response on that.
So colleagues, motion to extend requires 2/3, so we do not have 2/3. It is defeated. We will turn into Pixies at 11, so I'm going to ask Commissioner Brothers and Commissioner McDonald and Commissioner Regier to be really speedy in your answers, if you can remember them as they were posed.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Water Conservation Group is being led by Dan Mahar, has had several workshops last week with their municipality staff. They're working on a fairly comprehensive approach of reigniting, if you will, the water conservation initiatives. They're very excited about it. We've got great participation right around the area with municipal colleagues. They are developing a more comprehensive initiative. We're going to be bringing a report forward next council round or by June, with a whole host of initiatives and perhaps some additional funding requests that will come out to get much more aggressive in the communication plan, which is most important in terms of getting the messages out, particularly now with the water constraint that's in place. This is one of these areas that we can, we've done well in the past, but we have to elevate our game. There's a number of initiatives that they're working on. Everything from fixture replacement programs, working with with larger businesses to reduce their consumptions by incentivizing programs so that they can reduce their water consumption. They've reviewed the bylaw as an example. There's no need to change the bylaw now, but they are looking at a plan B if we need to elevate that enforcement aspect of things that may come from a revised bylaw. What I can tell you is that should leave a little bit of a detail for their report to come forward. But there's a number of activities that are on the go that I think will address all of the outside water use, looking at opportunities of how we can curb outdoor water use by sustaining smart water use for communities, perhaps splash pools in the summer that can be more regulated, but other outdoor water use conservation initiatives will be put in play. We're looking at a tiered approach as we move into the summer in the May, June, July, and perhaps August areas. So I believe there's a whole host of things that they're going to be working on in terms of additional communication initiatives that I'll ask Commissioner McDonald to touch on right now.
Thanks, and mindful of the time, I'm going to be really quick. We have communication staff that are embedded in the conservation working group. We've also been working with our area municipal communications colleagues on a joint communications plan related to conservation that would support the work of the working group that Commissioner Brothers has spoken about. I'm not familiar with the website update, so I'll have to take that away and with your blessing, Council, send you a bit of an email follow-up on what that information is.
Commissioner Regehr?
Yeah, I think we're still evaluating the implications of the potential changes to the DC program. I think I'll circle around with Commissioner Steffler and his team who administer the DC program. I will say that our DC bylaw, our background study is underway and will be brought back for consideration. I think it'll be important to connect the changes in provincial policy in the background study.
And colleagues, we are adjourned.
Okay, I'll just say, Madam Chair, that it's disappointing that on something as important as water, we couldn't find a way to stay a few extra minutes